And hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It's Foxhole Fridays, where we play some RPGs, and this is the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign with some of the best players this side of the Trojan Reaches, and also this side of the Bermuda Triangle. And
Facts.
Yeah, it's
I'll
facts.
take it.
Yeah. Everybody knows it. It is so good to have you here. Sorry about the long wait for us to start. We had some, how do you say this, technical excitements that kept all. No, you're not the only one. There was a lot of technical excitements. I feel like maybe Mercury is in retrograde, but I don't actually know if
What if it was in Gatorade?
You know what? That would be better.
Better than it being.
Technology's in Gatorade. That's why we're late.
Mercury's in Gatorade.
At least it wasn't in Powerade. Then it'd be an overdrive. That'd be.
Yeah. We should be thankful for the little things.
Yeah, I love these players. We do not have Grimjack with us tonight. I am so sorry, but Grimjack is doing important family work that involves a son who's going to go off to college really soon. So that's very exciting. We might get Greg at the second half, but we don't know. It all depends on how things go. We'll just find out. But instead of that, we have some of the best people here instead. But I don't get to intro them first. First, I have to say, hey, thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for being with us. I'm very excited. Thank you for all of your support. And the most important support that you can do is by being here and being present and watching us and hanging out. And I thank each and every one of you who is watching us, either live, which you are right now, or on Memorex, which is YouTube. I want to thank all of you folks on the YouTubes who are watching us. I have, where am I? This is what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. I wanted to sort of read out some comments from our YouTubers who have sent us some messages in the last week, because we did have a couple, and I thought I'd give it a shout out. Let's see what we have here. I would like to give a shout out to. So we have a brand new chatter on the YouTube, and that is the Real Sonbei, who says, in relationship to Dadmiral, the episode 2 ago, wow, the last 30 minutes or so, pure character development, background music was on point. Now to get back to counting my grains of rice. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well,
just wondering.
Yeah.
We know that this is a real person, right? This commenter.
No.
Right.
Well,
that's
how are you defining real person? How are you defining real person? Sue wants to know. So then, Rufio Roofbum about the end of Dadmiral says, "Ooh, the ending of this episode though. Oh, lots of snaps." Now we also have got a comment from Stephen Dwyer on the last episode. No, the episode before last. Morning is broken. Yes, right?
Oh,
yes. Yeah, absolutely. Morning is broken, who says, "Oh, holy flippin' cow. Hi, I'm Steve, and I'm playing Steve, a totally amazed spectator of the greatest improv ever. This story has taken on life of its own. I'm not sure if Trooper guides the story, if the story guides him. Maybe both. Trooper and the story are in cahoots. That's it. When the TV series comes out, I would like to know who would you like to play each of you? Past or present actors." By the way, that's our question for the week. Who will play you in the movie? Or TV show. TV show's way better than the movie, because movies are only 2 hours. Just know it. Who will play you is your question. Like, I could see Alan Rickman playing Severance. Neil McDonough and Dr. Morrissey, you get the idea.
Actually. I want to know what your answers are at the end of this too, Trooper.
All right. Now we have another brand new chatter. Glenn Galt, who made a comment on our very first episode, way back, pressing your luck, saying, "Surprised nobody went for a Blake 7 reference. So on point as reference for this campaign," which is true, by the way. So Blake 7. 1, hostile, uncaring universe? Check. 2, bunch of ordinary misfits? Check. 3, golden opportunity to make things better with the acquisition of a Chariot of the Gods ship way in advance of anything around it? Check. Alone against the galaxy, and the galaxy may be in trouble if only we can get our stuff together? Check. Yeah. Oh, also, I had the biggest crush on Servalan in Blake 7. Just so you all know it. That's just what I'm going to tell you. Michael Burrell made a comment on episode 3 of season 1, Breaking Pinatas. And this is the comment. I'm surprised that the Harlock hasn't pulled out a gun and shot dead the other PCs and told them to roll up new characters. They're meant to be pirates after all. Love it. And we've got 2 comments from Rufio Roofbum. You know, this is making me wonder, did I actually post the last episode? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't actually send it live. I feel like I aimed to send it live. Huh. By the way, the reason why we haven't had any comments on the last episode is because I did not send it live yet. I made the YouTube screenshot and everything. That's fine. It'll happen. I was like, Rufio Roofbum says, oh my, what's this? The party's in the same room with each other? Madness! Also, Lindy having a mug that says the galaxy's greatest captain after Quinn has been impersonating the Harlock is chef's kiss. And Rufio Roofbum says, ooh, things getting hella real in the Gambler. LMAO. LMAO. Yep. And also, sorry I did not send the last episode live. I absolutely meant to. That's fine. Whew. That said, you can thank you all of you for watching and leaving comments and liking, subscribing, and all that business. And you can do that, like and subscribe, leave comments to help out the channel. If I get 1,000 subscribers, I believe I can actually make that an official channel and all of that business. You can also, if you like, give tips and bits. And if you do, we'll read out whatever message you give us at the end. You can use your channel points, which is extra credit, to create an asset, a Trojan Reach asset. And an asset is basically an NPC that they might meet and cultivate for like intel or whatever they got going on. And if you do use your channel points for that, give us a name, give us some kind of description. You can also be one of our Patreons, which is over at troopersjp. It was over at Academic Foxhole on Patreon, and that helps pay for the cast, them. I come later, and if there's stuff left over, and for music and for art and all of that. We also have a merch store, which has got some of the coolest merch ever, including like our really awesome like Gambler's notebook, which I love. I take lots of notes in it. Our very exciting Starbeam chocolate milk mug. We've got all the goodness, and so I think that's everything. Telling people about us, hanging out in our Discord, chatting with us. I'm a little bit behind on my Discord at the moment, but feeling good about where we're heading in terms of my free time. So let's introduce our players, shall we? Our players. If you would say who you are playing, and then who would play you in the movie, that would be amazing. Let's start with the person who instigated me by saying that I also have to go and list who would be playing each person. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And who would play you? Who would play Terika in the movie?
I have been desperately trying to figure that out this entire time. And I don't have a good answer yet. But hi, I'm Ari _adventures. You do, of course you do, Trooper. Of course you do. I can't, yeah, I don't have a good, I was almost thinking like, shoot, is it Summer Glau who played
River
in,
yep.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Firefly? So I was thinking maybe like her. Or, and I'm forgetting the name of this actress, red-haired daughter of Winterfell in Game of Thrones.
Sansa Stark.
Sansa Stark's actress.
Sophie
Tip of
Turner.
my tongue.
Yes.
Sophie Turner.
Yes. Sophie Turner. So, and I feel like I haven't found the best fit yet. Like I was kind of like, there's a little that. Yeah. That's all I have to answer, right? Oh, right, who I'm playing, Terika. Terika is not noble. Absolutely 110% not noble. If you ask them or anybody around them, No, if you ask them, they will say that they are not noble. If you ask people around them, I think it will depend on who you talk to. Anyway, the point is, they're very much your average pilot who is very good at piloting and diplomacy.
By the way, my choice for Terica is Tilda Swinton.
Ooh, that's a good
Oh,
one.
Okay.
yes.
Just saying.
That is a very good one.
Rockette.
I see you.
Oh, hello. Hi, hi everyone. You may wonder why I've asked you all here today. I don't know why I've had that just running around my head for the past while, but yeah. So
There
I'm
has been a
Rockette Fox.
murder. That's why you asked everyone there, Dave.
There's a murder on the ship. Oh wait. So, yeah. I mean, one of us isn't here right now. But that being said, yeah. Hi everybody. I'm Rockette Fox. As always, I'm your second favorite person, and I am playing the Harlock, who is best described as, I would say, being played by either Michelle Yeoh, because
Ah,
come on,
you took my person. Yeah.
Oh,
hey, or I'll take the gal who plays Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Jenna
Yeah.
Ortega.
Who I know is super famous and always has that expression on her face, but I cannot.
She's fabulous, though.
she is.
She is.
I was gonna go with Michelle Yeoh because
Also,
Michelle Yeoh,
she.
so badass.
Fun side fact for anyone who did not know, she actually was not growing up trained in martial arts, but in ballet.
That's right. And I believe also she was Miss Malaysia before she started her
yeah.
Michelle
film
Yeoh?
career.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
That's cool.
if you have not seen the film Wing Chun with Michelle Yeoh, I would recommend it. It's one of her earlier ones, and it is amazing. It's amazing.
Fabulous.
That's all. Yeah.
So there you have it.
Cord.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I am a streamer on Twitch sometimes. I've been doing a lot of Star Citizen stuff lately. I'm playing Baron Severance, Admiral Captain Baron Severance. He is a piece of shit renegade clone who wants to be a noble, even though he grew up on Drinax not as a noble, but he's trying to fake it until he makes it. I think he would be played by Gary Oldman. Yeah. Or the guy who played Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Ooh. Okay. So work with me for a moment. I have a thought for you.
Okay.
For Baron Severance, and you can just agree or disagree.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
just wanted to get
I
a bonus.
feel like Tim Curry.
I was thinking Tim
from-
Curry.
What? Late 70s Tim Curry. I feel like.
Tim Curry. I was also thinking.
Yeah,
Tim
yeah.
Curry. Then I was like, is that too much? But I think that also would be great.
Right?
Hello,
Yeah,
hello. Yes, I'm Tim Curry. Yes, I'm Baron Severance. Yes, that'd be pretty good.
Oh, yeah. I could just, because the thing is, Tim
You do,
Curry can, like, choose some
Severance,
scenery in
huh?
the best way, you know?
That's true. Yeah.
And would look amazing in your facial hair. So I just feel like that would be the way to go.
And that's a compliment to me. I
Also
think.
of that era, amazing in a green latex.
Right.
Yes.
Right, with
Yeah,
the
and
cutouts
he
here and
would
there.
love that. Yeah.
Yes, because
I
that's the
think
thing.
if
You want somebody who can wear the
if Tim
suit.
Curry played it, I think we'd have more scenes with the latex than just the one. I think he would be like, "Can I have more, please?"
I think
just-
that's fair.
You
Yeah,
don't
that being
mind?
said, in the film version, I just decide he like sees that for the first time and then is like, yes, and just that becomes it.
Yeah, exactly. Would this just be my ensemble the whole time?
You know how
Lindy,
superheroes all have uniforms? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
who are you? Who are you playing, and who would play you in the movie?
Oh my goodness. Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Up Lindy. I'll be playing Quint Vesper, who is currently playing the Harlock. It's fine, don't worry about it. I think I was doing a little Googling as soon as that question popped up because I knew you were gonna ask us that. So I was like, oh, I need to somebody for that. I think Erica Linder, a Swedish actress, would be good for Quint. I could see it.
I'm looking it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking it up. Linder. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But now I'm going to have to raise you.
Yeah. And I have to say, if it was me in a movie, Lindy in a movie, Natalie Portman. Just wanted to put that out there. But for Quint, Erica Linder. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we should just. I'm thinking Natalie Portman on Silks, and I think we should just go with that.
Also a possibility, Ruby Rose, I think would be a possibility. Or, or a young Jodie Foster. Those are my thoughts. Yeah. But Erica.
Oh, I could see that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So those. Okay, great. And I am troopersjp, and I am your GM for this madness. And I feel like I would be played. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you who I think that I would be played by. Instead, what I will tell you is what other people said who I look like. And I'm like, interesting that you think that. I have gotten Sal Mineo from Rebel Without a Cause. And I was like, oh, okay. I have gotten the guy that was in, and I was like, all right. The guy that was in Westworld. What's his face?
Which guy that was in Westworld?
You know, the guy.
The hat guy? The hat guy?
The hat guy.
Westworld, not Westwood. Jeffrey Wright. People said I should be played by Jeffrey Wright. If not Yul Brynner, that would be awesome. Definitely Yul Brynner should play me. And I think I also got, right, Yul Brynner should 100% play me. I got Jeffrey Wright, Sal Mineo, and one of the
together would be you.
Just together, and one of the people from the Marvels. Was it? I think it wasn't. It was like maybe Terrence Howard. Anyhow, so that's going to be your GM. That'll be what we got. So, hey, Fixer, we had some tech issues, but we're going to start. So, when we last left our crew.
Wait, I forgot to plug something which I wanted to do that entire.
Oh, yes, please.
Intro, and I forgot to fucking do it because I'm an idiot.
Please.
Hi everybody. Follow me on TikTok. I'm trying to get to 3,000 followers so I can actually stream on TikTok. TikTok.com/ This is Cord. That's me. All right, that's it. Thank you. Sorry. As you were.
This is Cord.
Yep, that's it. That's it.
Okay. I now
Is
have
that
this
YouTube?
so that I can add it to your socials.
Thank you. Oh,
I logged on. I only get it on my desktop because I don't have it on my phone. But I followed you right now.
The best, yeah.
I'm the desktop TikTok. I know. I don't.
Desktop tip. Oh, that's a good tongue twister. Desktop tip.
Desktop TikToker.
Say that 3 times fast.
I log on every couple weeks to make sure my sisters aren't doing dumb shit, and then that's all. Yep.
All right.
That means it's hard to stay in that fine line of not do dumb shit on TikTok. Anyway, follow me on TikTok. Follow me where I do dumb shit.
I thought that was the point of TikTok.
Exactly.
I'm going to
I think
give
there's
you
dumb shit and there's stupid shit.
Yes. I will just tell you a really quick side note. The very first TikTok I was ever on was not my account, and it was a surprise. I was at a conference, an academic conference, and there were these high school students who were just kind of hanging out in the hotel where the conference was, and they were doing TikToks, and I walked by and they're like, wait! And I was like, what? They're like, you have a handlebar mustache. And I was like, uh-huh. We're doing this one. Like there was like a TikTok trend at some point in time where people would have like a fake mustache drawn on their finger and they would like pop up and go, ba, 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 or whatever it was. And they're like, we want you to pop up, but with your actual mustache. And I was like, okay. And then I did. And they were all very excited. And maybe I'm TikTok famous with high school students somewhere.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You look like that one TikTok dude. Who showed up in that person's TikTok that one time?
Yeah, that was me.
That's
I'm in
your
someone's
player.
TikToks in the background of South Korea somewhere because they were filming. And I was just chilling in the background. I was like, "Y'all did like 30 takes. I ain't moving. I get this. At this point, it's not polite anymore to just stay out of frame. I'm just sitting here. I'm gonna eat my ice cream, and you're gonna deal with it. Like it's just."
6 seconds each. I mean,
So, this is what we have got. Oh, by the way, Wesley's probably played by Dev Patel. Is my thought on that one. And Kareen is probably played by like okay, Kareen, if you want to know, would be played by Brigitte Nielsen, circa Rocky IV era, but with longer hair. Like like when she was in her Red Sonja era, but with blonde hair. Or actually, the other option would be a blonde Björk could also play Kareen if Björk worked out and got a lot of muscle for the part. And Evan is clearly played by a wolf creature, and that would be.
But who would
That
do
would
the
be.
voice?
Oh,
Yeah.
And obviously, in
Yeah.
Body, be played by that one actor who has
Andy
played
Serkis.
everyone. Yeah,
Andy
that's the one.
Serkis. Yeah, Andy Serkis will just have to do the voice as well. Andy Serkis is amazing.
I was thinking him or Richard
Andy Serkis can play any
Armitage.
one of us.
Mhm.
Yes. So
Yes.
Andy Serkis on silks.
on Silks,
Andy Circus. Andy Silkus.
Andy Serkis, we
Oh,
have
I'm
our
bringing the
crew,
circus. Yeah, yes, you are.
the gamblers. They arrived in the system number 1 on day 52. If you do not know this about the Third Imperium, so there have been 3 Imperiums that we might care about. The first one was the Villani, and they were the Zero Circa, this huge, massive Imperium, and they were the Imperium that was in existence when the Solomani, the people from the planet Earth, or Terra, made their way into the star system. Terra, some back history lore for all of you. Terra was a planet. I don't know if you all know it. It was in a solar system called the Sol system. There's like other planets there, like Mercury, Venus.
Is the Milky Way in this one?
Yeah. I don't know if you know
heard
it.
of
It's
this
a
one.
Milky
I heard
Way.
of
It's a
this one.
galaxy.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't worry about it.
Yep.
But there's this little planet. Anyway, there were these people on this planet. I think they called themselves Earthlings. And they were like, we are like the greatest people in the universe. We're the center of the universe. And they sort of created spaceships and a NASA and all this stuff. And they're like, we're going to go off into space. And they, they made their
We're the
way.
best.
What's a NASA?
Yeah. Out of the solar system. And when they made their way out of their solar system to go and see the wide universe, to see what kind of strange aliens they were, and to like boldly go where no one has gone before, and maybe even to like colonize everything, when they arrived, it turns out that there were humans everywhere. And nobody knew who they were. They were like, who are you? They're like, we're Earth. They're like, what planet? And they're like, from the solar system. Like, oh, that's that weird backwoods place that none of us go to because there's nothing interesting there. Weird. Huh. So turns out there was already a huge empire of humans, which they thought was pretty weird. And that was
It's just the
first
Stargate
Imperium.
effect.
Sure. So the Solomani decided, because I suppose they just were feeling weird not being the center of everything, that all humans descended from them, which there's really no evidence for that one at all, but don't worry about it.
Superiority.
The first Imperium collapsed because it was this massive Imperium. And the second Imperium was actually run by the Solomani, more or less, called the Empire of Man. That also fell, and there was the Long Night, which was like a really, really long time of chaos and ridiculousness. And then we have the third Imperium, which is the current ruling massive, huge system body that's
Ooh.
in the world. They also invaded Terra and are currently occupying that
Oh.
planet. And some people, but I'm not going to name any names, might be bitter about that.
Yeah.
Can't imagine who that would be based on this moment.
Gotta be Val.
No idea. And so Max Ryder asks, weren't the humans originally brought from Terra and seeded elsewhere though by the ancients? That's what the Solomani believe.
That is correct, Max. You are right. That is exactly what happened. This is not Solomani beliefs and propaganda. This is just hard, cold facts. Thank you. Have a good night.
That's called the Solomani hypothesis, and not everybody believes it to be true. But
Lies and
some. just going to note that one. So that is that sort of business. But our protagonists are tagonists, really. Are they pro? Are they anti? Who knows? They are not. We are not in the Imperium. Well, I suppose I should say there are three major human races. There are the Zodani. There are the Villani, which are most of the kind of people who are from that particular battle space, and then you have also the Solomani, sort of major sort of groups of humans, and there are lots of offshoots and subtypes of humans, some different than others, but our particular excitement takes place in the Trojan Reaches, which used to be a great empire about 2,000 years ago called the Sindalian Empire. Well, it was old, it's a bit older than that, but it fell badly. So the Sindalian Empire was a massive, huge empire in this particular area near where the Third Imperium is. It's located now in between two large empires, the Third Imperium and the Aslan Hierate. And the Aslan are an alien race, an alien species that humans tend to think of as looking like lions, but they're not lions, and they don't really like that comparison. And they are a sort of a warrior, like a warrior alien species, I suppose. Although they're very honorable, they're like honor is very important to them, and sort of having territory. Like they've got their own culture. And these two large polities are right in between is the place where the Trojan Reaches, where our story takes place. And in the past, there had been this great empire called the Sindalian Empire that was, when I say great, pretty repressive is the best way to put it. And they fell. And they fell hard. There were some rebellions and revolts that were happening, and the Solomani nobility decided to put down those revolts using biological weapons and lots of bombing. And then people got a hold of those things and then bombed them and biologically weaponed them. And now the old Sindalian Empire is mostly ruins. They were bombed back to the Stone Age, really, in many ways. And there are these remnants of this great old empire, but not much. Most of the places that had been central to that empire are really not particularly advanced anymore. And it's this whole place, this area has a lot of scars. That said, when the empire fell, there were, of course, not every planet died. And our antagonists are all connected in various ways to what is the kingdom of Drinax. One of the places that rose in the fall of the Sindalian Empire was the kingdom of Drinax, which is also a couple hundred years old. They were like Drinax was at that time kind of like an outpost on the edge of the Sindalian Empire, and so when everybody got destroyed, they were still around. And they became the big sort of empire in the Reaches until about 500 years ago or so, when the Aslan were tired of paying trading taxes and tariffs, and then just destroyed the entire planet, bombed it, radiated it, destroyed everything except for the Great Palace. Drinax has this amazing floating palace. They have anti-gravity technology that almost nobody else has. They're very, very advanced. And they have this floating palace where the nobles stayed. And in the aftermath of that bombing, people who were able to make it all the refugees all made up to the Great Palace. And the palace now is the only, that's actually not true, but is basically the center of what was the entire planet. Except that there are people who live on the surface of the planet, the Vespexers, who have radiation suits and are still around. But this place has been trying to, and everyone has sort of forgot that they existed. But this sort of, they found one of their old ships. They decided to get some people who, they had a plan. The king of Drinax had a plan, and that was to get some people who would be symbolically quite important and trustworthy, give them this one important ship they found that is very symbolic of the old Drinaxian Empire, and have this crew. One person who is of noble stock, Drinaxian nobility, one person who is from the surface of Drinax itself, one person who is from the only other planet they managed to sort of bring back into their empire, so it's just Drinax and this agriculture world called a seam. And then someone who's not Zodani, who is perhaps the most expert in espionage and piracy. And in the course of their journeys, they have sort of picked up a Soleimani spy who has joined them. And the plan was to have this crew go out into the reaches and do a couple of things. One, secretly pitch to various former planets of the old Drinaxian Empire that they might want to form a new Drinaxian Empire, come under the protections, from join up together, because if they can join up together, then they will not be steamrolled by the Imperium or the Aslan. But also to become privateers. And that has two goals. One, get Drinax money. Drinax does not have enough money. They need money. They've been slowly selling off their great treasures because they don't have an industry, because they're a floating palace, to get money so they can help rebuild the empire, because you need a lot of money to bribe people, give gifts and all that. But also to also do some piracy, privateering, with the purpose of making there be a piracy problem in the area that's going to hit both the Imperium and the Aslan Pirate, enough to make them irritated, but not enough to make them send in naval troops, so that when Drinax is ready to declare itself as a new empire or consortium, whatever it's going to be, they can say, we can take care of this pirate problem, and therefore you should recognize us as the authority in this area, because we will take care of this pirate problem that's been disrupting trade. So they're out there to do diplomacy, get money, and also sort of work on this large scheme. They have traveled from Drinax out through. They're currently on the planet number 1. They have been told that they have a mission. The Princess of Drinax gave them a mission to head back, when they head back the other direction. There's some pirate problems they want them to take care of, to garner goodwill. And they're currently on the planet number 1, which is an old prison planet. It was a prison planet for the old Sindalian Empire that didn't really get bombed because it's just in the middle of nowhere. Nobody cares about it. So they still exist, sort of thinking of themselves as the inheritors of the old Sindalian Empire. And they're no longer a prison planet. But they have their own sort of culture. And our protagonists are on this planet hanging out, we're just going to not spend any time on this planet at all, just fast forward through time and to get to the next planet. They have found that there are 3 different factions on this planet. The Wardens, I know. The Wardens, the Administrators, and the Freedmen. And it looks like the Freedmen are not particularly treated particularly well, and it is the Wardens who run this planet, including the 9-year-old Sovereign, the Warden Ranib. They have been invited, however, to go to a banquet on day 56 by the head of the Freedmen in their one planet. Oh, I know why I brought all this up. I gave you this whole story because I wanted to tell you one thing. In this universe, the calendar does not have months. They just number all the days 1 through 365. And so we're in day 50. We're going to start in day 55. And they have been out and about since day 7 or 8 or 9 or 11, something like that. I think they actually left Drinax on day 6. Yes. Oh, yeah. So they left Drinax on day 6. It is now currently day 55. So they've been out and about for almost 2 months. So, when we left off before, I suppose, for those of you who don't know, there some psionic shenanigans going on that is sometimes their fault, sometimes not. We'll find out more about that. Yeah. The day before, they sort of got up early in the morning. They had some very intense interpersonal issues with each other. Some people took very long naps. People were out and about. And we are going to begin our session on day 55. Day 56, they have a banquet. Day 55, it is a bright, bright day on the tip of this one mountain, the tallest mountain on number 1. The High Point is the name of the mountain, and on the very tip of High Point, there is a spaceport, High Point Downport, which is a sort of very large spaceport within atmosphere, which means big ships cannot land there. and it's the only place that is above the level where the the atmosphere on this planet is very corrosive, and so no one can live on the surface of the planet, and people are not going to want to land their spaceships there. But this world has a bunch of domed cities on the floor of the oceans, and they are on this high point, and it is this sort of bright day. You can kind of smell the sulfurness of the atmosphere that sort of lingers below you, like for those of you who have been in the military, especially sort of ground sort of military, if you've ever had to go through your CS training, where like there's a thing where you have to go into like a small bunker with your protective mask on, they throw a bunch of CS gas in that room, and you've got to take you take your mask off, say your name until you get a good whiff of that, put it back down, clear and seal your mask, and then sort of go out, don't rub your eyes, all that business. But if you've ever seen a lot of CS gas, you know that it has a particular kind of look to it. If you've seen it massing, it's sort of like heavy, and it's not gray like dry ice fog. It always felt to me like it's got a little bit of kind of weirdly yellowy greenish tint to it. It just is not gray like fog. It's got a sort of a vibe to it. And the atmosphere itself that is lingering below the high point downport has that same kind of yellowish, greenish, yellowish, sort of mustardy color to it. It looks like smog or very thick fog that hovers right below the mountain, right below the tip of the mountain where everyone is staying. And Stormbreaker knows, gas. 15 seconds. And so let me ask you all, what do you do this morning, my crew? Our doctor is working on Sue. There were some interesting things going on with Sue. The doctor dismissed Sue, and Sue did not leave immediately. And so the doc's working on that a little bit. But what are the rest of you doing this fine morning as the bong, bong, bong sort of shows up, and you have Evan, the voice of Evan, coming across the loudspeakers. It's pretty early, I would say, and just saying very briefly, because that's how Evan is, says very briefly,
crew of the gamblers, we have breakfast served in the galley, and I have everything that you have asked for, your regular breakfast desires, plus a new case of Tabasco sauce. There are 2 bottles on the table this morning, rather than just 1. Please have a delicious breakfast. Also know that our passenger, Marcel Rambeau, is not currently on the ship. He went down to Dragon's Dome last night, and he says that he shall return later. He's trying to sell his wares to the nobility. Good morning.
I think, as we established in a previous episode, the Harlock is an early riser. So at that point, I think knowing what time breakfast normally happens, she would be coming in from where probably the bridge, I guess, somewhere where she can kind of get a good eye out at the surrounding environment, and then come walking in to where the table is with a cup of what right now maybe we'll presume is coffee, but is that true? Who knows?
Could be coffee, could
Could
be
be.
alcohol. Nobody knows. But at the table is Kareen, who is there and is eating eating her food with a knife. And it is the knife itself. If you know Sami tradition, it's like a knife with a kind of a curved tip to it. And she's got this sort of really sort of beautifully sort of there's like beautiful wrappings on it. And she has got this sort of curved tip knife and she's just using it to stab like a sausage and she's eating it. And Evan is there, Evan has always been a little bit self-conscious about eating in front of everyone until the Harlock made a bit of a mess and made it okay for Evan to eat with everyone else without feeling self-conscious. And so Evan is there and has got like a nice, it's not really a dog bowl, but it's not that far from it. And it's got this bowl and is sort of eating because the passengers are not there. And Wesley is, the Harlock would have passed Wesley. Wesley is actually up on the bridge and is working on trying to repair, doing these sort of cosmetic repairs because it'll take quite a few days to sort of repair the bridge cosmetically with all the new materials that have come in. And Wesley has not actually joined everyone yet for breakfast because he is sitting there on the bridge, like with a bit of a blowtorch and is trying to sort of fix things.
Terica would probably, after they, I needed to check in with Greg to see if Terica was able to sleep in Val's room again last night, based on everything going on. But whatever the case was, I doubt they actually slept.
I imagine the answer is yes, because Val does not remember any kind of weirdnesses. Is generally what often happens right there. It's the best way to put that.
Well, I think they would have done the same thing they've done every night. So they hadn't really slept, but they would have headed straight to the bridge actually to check in on Wesley. So that's where Erica will be.
And there's Wesley.
Would we be passing each other?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, I think likely while that happens, as they're passing each other, Harlock's leaving the bridge, Terica's getting on the bridge. Harlock would just kind of side mouth, make him come get breakfast, then you come get breakfast.
Okay. Yeah. Wesley, you need to eat breakfast.
What? And Wesley's like on his back with this little blowtorch and goggles underneath one of the side duty stations and is like working on putting on this like really ornate sort of bronze sort of metal, trying to get this sort of patched up because the ship had been in a battle a couple hundred years ago and is a little bit the worse for wear of it. And what?
Erica would like get down to start helping as they're like, you need to go get breakfast, and then they would totally be like hands in, like.
So like, Wesley and Terica are not coming to breakfast at the moment, it seems. And he's like, oh, thanks. So, how is everything?
Not great. Oh, here, try using this.
No, could you, I need a screwdriver?
Oh, yeah, it's this?
Yes.
Here you go.
Why is everything not great?
I don't have a good way to describe it. I'm worried about some things, and I think that Sue has gone rogue, and I need to get proof, and I gotta prove that so that we can fix it, and I don't know how to do that.
Gone rogue?
Careful, go to the left a little.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you mean gone rogue?
I think Sue is manipulating Val, or controlling Val or changing Val.
Sue's been Sue's been pretty nice to me. But also, Sue's just a computer program,
I know.
right? I
There's
mean,
something different. Technically, yes, but I know there's something different. It has to do with psionics, and it has to do with,
psionics.
well, I think
Oh,
Viridian influences it somehow. I should probably be talking to Powerlock about this.
you got to watch out for psionics. You know they're dangerous. I mean, got to watch out. You know, in Crash Jones and the Psionic Empire, that was all
Yeah.
about how the Zodani came, and you know they're all psionicists, and they're like evil psionic assassins, and they're out. You know, people with psionics, they can just read your mind, and they can like erase your memories, and they can put new false memories in your mind if they wanted to, and they're out to come and
Could you
like
hand me the
destroy
screwdriver?
everyone. What?
Could you hand me the screwdriver?
Oh yes, sorry. Here. Yeah, gotta watch
Sorry,
out for
I
them
didn't
because
mean
they're
to
like,
interrupt you.
no, they're just like they're gonna like you know they would come and the Zidani Empire would come and just destroy us all. You know you can't trust psionicists because they're they can control. I was in in installment 3 of Crash Jones and the Psionic Empire. The evil Baron Winter came and ported their mind inside of. So do you know? Do you ever watch Crash Jones?
Uh, Not really.
Read it?
Oh,
Oh,
oh, I mean, I'm familiar with that. I know of
oh,
Crash Jones. Do you like Crash Jones?
oh!
You like
I
Crash
love
Jones?
Captain Wesley Crash Jones. I love Crash Jones. He's Soleimani, you know. He was a great Soleimani hero and
Oh,
so brave. And he's got a giant Viridian tiger and named Emerald that's like his sidekick that like follows him around and he's like this great Soleimani hero from like thousands of years ago. He's like millennial old like war hero that came out of nowhere and he's got a Viridian tiger from the planet of Drinax that like I don't know if that's a yeah, planet of Drinax that like is connected, and they sort of go out together. And then he's got his very best friend, who's an archaeologist named Millie, who's got this robot arm, and she's sometimes a little bit suspicious. Like you don't always know what she's up to, but like she's all right. And then he's got this new best friend. He's got this best friend who was like a barbarian from the planet of Drinax, but also like a leader of that Drinaxian barbarian crew. And there was a whole story about Viridian, and it was Crash Jones and the Drinax barbarians, where it turns out that deep in the core of Drinax, there's an entire heart made out of Viridian, and it's this whole thing. Oh, Crash Jones is so amazing, and I just wish I could be like half of Crash Jones. But you have to watch out because all the bad guys are like Aslan and Zodani, and they're all like psionic, and they're out to get you and destroy. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I should have
no,
held my
you're
hand on that.
yeah, the driver. No, you're
Sorry.
good.
Oh,
Yeah, if you could just no, keep
okay.
going.
Sorry.
Wait, so this heart of Trinax, it's
Yeah.
you think that's real?
Uh.
No, the glow's working.
Oh, sorry. Do you want pliers?
Yes. Yeah, if you could just pinch right here while yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, it's fiction, so it's not real. But I mean, I feel like you can maybe dream about it. Oh, there was a whole weird thing about AI last time, like people like merging people between like it was called like the Library of the Dead. It was really amazing, and there was a whole thing where like there was like ancient warlords, evil ancient past coming in and like infecting your body with like nanites and turning you into like a machine. Something. It was kind of amazing. That like anyway, yeah, there was a whole thing about it, but it was pretty great because like the Imperium would come and save you and all that. But we're just waiting for the great hero, Wesley, Crash Jones, to find the heart that will bring you to the complete prophecy to come and bring back together. I'm sorry, let me crimp that for you. The old, the new Drinaxian empires. It's pretty amazing. It was like such a great story. And the thing about Crash Jones is that Crash Jones was like an outsider and was like not from here, and like nobody really like knew anything about Crash Jones, but like Crash Jones was like got to be who he wanted to be and got to like remake himself and in a new place and just Crash Jones got to be somebody new and a hero and even though nobody knew who he was because he's from the past, he time traveled. He was like asleep for like thousands of years and he woke up and all that and being so different from everybody else though, but it didn't matter because like he had a good heart and he cared about people and he did the right thing all the time, and doing the right thing meant that he was able, oh sorry, I should put my hand there, sorry, meant that
Thanks.
he was able to make the world a better place, and he hasn't found the heart yet, but he's on his way.
Do you think he will find it?
Oh, he's got to. I'm just waiting for the next serial. I mean, my dad used to my dad and I, we used to watch the serials together, or he'd read me when I was really young. He'd read me the serials at night when I was going to bed, and I used to dream about like, and he like, his hands drops off the thing. The Empire's so sorry. Empire's so big, but there's like a whole space out there that's not inside the Empire. It's just some other space, like, and I always dreamed about going out there, and now I'm here with everybody, and that's pretty amazing.
That'll hold for now. You can let it go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey.
Space is really one of the places.
I am.
Yeah.
I was told that on Assis, it's a big, wealthy planet with jobs everywhere, and anybody could go there and make their fortune and like work and become rich if they wanted to, but that they had really good other things there too. Like they've got the best, it's the best place for all sorts of things there, technology and like Assis is where your dreams can come true, is what I was told.
What do you dream about, Wesley?
Stuff.
Don't tell. Don't tell anyone. You don't have to share it with me though. But if you could use those pliers on that area while
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay. It's the first time I asked you to do it.
Just want to be myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you ever worry that yourself isn't good enough? You've got it. Yeah, that's right. Just a little to the right.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Figure it's not that I'm not good enough. It's just that I'm not me yet, and nobody knows who I am, and nobody's heard my name, and I just haven't been able to. I've not grown up yet. I mean, I'm 21. I've got an idea I could show you, but it's just I haven't. I feel like I did some math. I think I'm in trouble. I don't quite know what to do.
What kind of trouble, Wesley?
Well, and he sort of like stops holding on to things again. I need. Oh, sorry. I need 20,000 credits. I mean, I got paid 2,000 from y'all and 1,000 before, so I've got 3,000 credits. So really, I only need 17,000. But then the admiral said he'd lend me 12,000 credits, which is really good. That doesn't get me all the way there, but gets me close. But I just did the math on the interest, and I thought it was a good deal, and it was like 15% interest, which I think is a good deal, except that it's 15% is like every week, and I did the math, and that's like 1,800 credits a week, and I only get paid 2,000 a month, and so I don't think I can actually pay it back, and it's also not even enough for the.
You know what?
I can't. My dad died, and my family that was left wasn't really great, so I had to go so I could live my dreams, and so I haven't really had a family for a while since my dad died. I mean, I have a mom and all that, but it's not the same. And anyway, so my mom's not great.
I get that. My mom sucks.
Yeah, my mom's Anyway, so thing is that I just thought if I go to Assis, they got jobs everywhere. There's what I said. That's what I heard, that there's like jobs. You could just do whatever you want, become a new person, and make all sorts of money. And I figured if I got a job there, I could go and earn enough money to get the 20,000 credits in no time, because they said there's just so much. And I figured I can do mechanic stuff, so I could get a job. But then Dr. Morrissey saved me from that pirate ship or smuggler ship or whatever it was. I thought it was a real ship, but apparently wasn't exactly right. And I met you all. You gave me a job, and you're paying me really well, and you feed me, give me a place to stay, and everybody here's so nice. And I didn't want to necessarily have to leave, but so I figured if I could get the $20,000, then I could probably do what I need to do there while we're on shore leave, and then I could come back, and I wouldn't have to leave you all. But if I can't get the money, I can't. I have to stay there and work, and then I'd leave you all. And I feel like with you, I get to like fly the stars, and maybe I could be like Wesley Crash Jones, but I don't have the money, and I don't
want to
want
lose you either, Wesley. What Severance gave you is
pretty generous. It's just
predatory.
Enough.
Predatory, Wesley. It's predatory.
No.
15% per week? Yes.
Isn't that what people do? I figure that's pretty. I mean,
not that. Usually it's monthly, and usually it's not 15%.
Well, I mean, the Admiral knows all sorts of things about numbers and all that. Oh.
Yeah, this is, okay, well, we're going to have a conversation with him, because you can't, that 15% every week, that's obscene. And if he can't loan you the money at a better rate, then we'll find another way. I don't have 20,000. Well, not that I can access. It's all in a trust, and I would have to talk to my mother, and that is a whole thing.
Oh, no, my mom just took everything that was supposed to go to me and said I couldn't have it.
Oh, Wesley, that's awful.
Okay. Well, she doesn't think I deserve it. She said I was dead to her, is what she said. Said I died. But that's okay.
Erica will put down like the wrenches that they've been pulled, because they've stopped working, right? They'll put the wrenches down, and they will just like, they'll just like go to give Wesley a hug, and if he jumps, then they're gonna jump away and be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," like blah blah blah. But that's
it's like a little tense, and it's kind of like a weirdly awkward hug where like you don't get you get like it's very like very bony shoulder is what it is. You know what I mean? Like it's a like he kind of gets a little and like he kind of like crumples up like this, and he hugs you like with little like T-Rex arms, and this kind of like a, yeah, it's not this, it's like a this. It's a very sort of like crunched in little sort of way of doing it. So yeah, it's but I suppose I am dead. I mean,
no, you are an amazing human, Wesley. The amount that you have learned on the ship. What?
Well, it's because y'all took time to teach me. I didn't think I'd do anything besides like be on a farm working on combines or anything like that. But
I'm glad you're here, Wesley. You're one of us.
thanks. It's been my dream to go to Cease and do the thing, and I'm gonna come back if I can just.
You just have to do something on Assis with $20,000.
Yeah.
Or credits, sorry.
Yeah.
Wesley, this is the Admiral.
Oh.
Oh, good timing.
Oh, hello? Hey, Admiral.
Yes, hello. Hi. I was wondering.
I'm working.
Wonderful. That's good. I'm sure you are. Do you know if there's any?
Severance. Hi.
Yes, hello? Yes?
Did you give Wesley a loan for 15% weekly?
Is this any of, yes?
That is predatory, Severance. We can't do that to the crew. Look, 3% monthly.
3% monthly?
Yes, that is a reasonable amount. Sliding scales or what?
3 to 6 and then 9 and then 15.
No. Come on. This is not some random person that we're fleecing. This is Wesley. He works on the ship. He's done so many.
Wesley is a Drinaxian at heart. Yes, Wesley?
Yes.
This Wesley, our Wesley.
Yes, of course. Then how are you ever going to survive in the stars if you are not going to survive here inside the ship?
Right, so we can make survival a real thing by not doing predatory loans to people. Severance, where are you? Let's have this conversation face to face.
I would love to have this conversation, but could I speak to Wesley for a moment?
As soon as you can agree to reasonable loan terms for Wesley, of course.
Wesley, I assume we are alone now.
You are not! Reasonable loan terms, Severance.
Should I come Wesley, to your quarters, Admiral?
Wesley, I assume we are now alone. Yes.
No, I'm still in the bridge with Terica.
I'm not leaving till we figure this out, Severance.
That's fine.
I'm sorry to
you to move. Wesley, I was looking for any artifacts or anything I can potentially bring to the banquet. Maybe something to impress the nobles or the locals of number 1. Do you know?
Are you coming to breakfast or what?
Oh my gosh. Yes. The Harlock, did you know that Severance? Did you know that Severance tried to?
Terica, I told you to bring you both to breakfast. What's happening?
I got distracted. I just needed to make sure this filigree landed on the panel correctly. And then I find out that Severance is lending to Wesley at 15% per week. It's an exorbitant
15% per week.
I know.
Wesley, I'm still hearing some background noise.
The Harlock gets right into it. Severance, were you charging 15% a week?
I meant to say monthly, but I said weekly, so hold on.
So
I guess that is something we can work on. I'll have to go back through the paperwork and make some edits on the files.
So
the 3% monthly. I think that's reasonable.
3% seem, and Harlock would turn to Terica. 3% does seem a little low. I mean, if you were 3% a week, then you know 3% a week.
what I'm thinking.
3% a month.
What if
But and it's
What if
one
something
of our
happened to
too
us?
weak is not so bad.
Admiral?
Monthly, that's yes.
Admiral, could you come to the bridge? I'm not just if
Very
could,
well. Okay, all right. When I find out where I'm trying to figure out what to wear.
what,
You know he wouldn't be able to pay you back anyway.
no, I just
No
have to
offense, Wesley.
just
Okay, I admit I didn't crunch the numbers before I said the deal, and I didn't really quite understand how much of a steep. But I was trying my best to be confident in my stance, and it doesn't look good from morale when my crew is questioning the admiral.
Well, that's what happens when the admiral gets this involved. The Harlem
Yep.
would cover the microphone for a second and turn to Wesley. You know you could have just not paid it back. There's nothing you can do.
No, that's not. That would be dishonorable. Wesley Crash Jones would never do that.
Wesley Crash Jones would never make a deal with uncovers the thing. Yeah. So, what about if you have to do it monthly? What about 8-ish? Turns and looks at them.
8 is a lot still, but that's fine. Yeah, 8 is good.
5. I've raised it 2 points.
I don't care anymore about the loan. What should I bring to the banquet?
6 is standard, as I say, going to the breakfast table, just passing by briefly.
Hi.
Would you both? This is not even my problem. Harlek is gonna go back to the breakfast area as well, and kind of call behind.
Right.
Both of you better come and eat breakfast while it's still there.
Yes. Okay, so 5%, much more reasonable loan, monthly basis. You need something to go down to the. Why don't we just? I'm trying to think of what we have in our hold right now, just personally.
Well, I was asking Wesley.
Admiral?
Yes.
Okay, hear me out. As an idea, I do have with me the Crash, the vid cereal for Crash Jones and the Barbarians of Drinax, and I could give that to you, and you could give that down there. I mean, everybody loves Crash Jones.
You love Crash Jones, though.
Yeah.
Isn't that like your prized possession?
Yeah.
Wesley?
Yeah, but I mean, if it would help.
Okay, better idea. Terica stands up and they're gonna walk across the bridge and then they're gonna walk back across the bridge and then finally they're gonna stop in front of the microphone and they're gonna say, I could do a poem. An old Sindalian poem. I could perform an old Sindalian poem and that would be something that we can offer them.
A poem. That's
better than Wesley's prized possessions.
I like that. That's good. That's more noble than I think just a materialistic thing. I didn't want to give them anything anyway. That's great. That's a great idea. Right. Do you know of a poem?
Yes. Unfortunately, I know plenty.
Right.
We're gonna come to.
I guess.
All right, we're gonna come to breakfast too, so we'll meet you at the galley.
Fine.
Admiral.
Soon, yes.
You're not
just
mad at me?
No, why would I be mad at you, Wesley?
Okay. All right. Okay. Wesley gets up
And I trust we're now
Okay.
in private.
No.
No, I am still
Terica.
here.
All right. I'll see you soon then. Never mind.
Erica is going to turn to Wesley and be like, if he tries to get you to change the terms of the loan, only repay what we just agreed on, 5% monthly.
Quint said 6. I don't even know what the terms are anymore.
Well, it's not 15 and it's not weekly.
Okay. But I'm also still, he only promised me 12, and that puts me at 15. I'm still 5 short. And like, I figured if I just did like extra shifts here working, then maybe I could get like a bonus or an advance or something, but still. And like, if I could get like an advance, I'd pay it all off. I mean, I don't mind, working for nothing for a while. I mean, I just am still 5 short.
No, I have the 5. You can have mine. It's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna pay everything back every cent.
I'll transfer. Wesley.
I don't need till we get to cease anyway.
You don't have to pay me anything back, okay?
I would though, because
you're one of us.
It's important.
Well, pay severance back. It's important to him.
And the Harlock is gonna protect me. So feeling pretty good about that. When we get to cease, it's gonna be like my bodyguard.
The Harlock is gonna protect you. Why do you need protection at a cease? Are you okay?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm fine. Yep. Let's go, breakfast. Wesley
Wait.
pops up. What?
Oh. I'll be there in a second.
Okay. Wesley like heads down the corridor down to where the galley is. And who's all sitting at the breakfast table? For those of you in chat who have need a reminder of what our crew, what our NPCs look like, where are you, my friends? Here you go.
Shipping that to Blasto.
Yeah. So this is we have Wesley right over there. And there's Kareen sitting, who has eaten all of Wesley's food, by the way, because Kareen finished all of her food and Wesley wasn't there, and so Kareen ate it.
When Wesley...
This is they're all there, and Harlock's there, Quint's there. Wesley sort of bounces over, sits down, and kind of gives a quick look to see the way. I need to ask, how is Quint sitting at the table?
Pretty chill, pretty casually, just sitting there, like here to eat some good food. But I would say, due to their training, not slouching, like relaxed, but no slouching. It's still like good posture. You can't. Unlearning good posture is really difficult. Ask anyone who's done ballet. You always.
So that's a little bit tricky. So what you like? So Wesley sits. Wesley tends to slouch.
Maybe leaning a bit, like there's an elbow on the table, but sitting up straight.
Wesley slouches all the time. Wesley's a huge sloucher, and Wesley sort of sits down, looks at you, kind of tries to basically.
Yeah, Soleimani aren't slouchers. I just don't know how to say that.
When you're not looking at Wesley, he sort of copies your. When you're leaning over on the table, he's like, "Oh, I can do that." So he kind of just basically copies the way that you are sitting.
Yep.
While trying to maintain a bit of a slouch, like there's clearly a little bit of a tension between trying to slouch properly, but trying to get a cool slouch, but also having good posture, but leaning over, and Wesley then gets himself situated, looks at his plate, and it is empty.
I feel like while he's doing that, camera briefly would pan over to where the Harlock is, who's just like over the coffee, but kind of staring and watching Wesley do this, and then just.
And Kareen just looks, takes the knife, and gets the very last piece of potato on Wesley's plate,
Off of Wesley's
eats
plate.
it from the knife, and just goes, "You snooze, you lose," to Wesley.
I told you.
And then just eats his potato.
I told you.
That's a nice knife, Corinne.
She nods, checking you out. She's like looking at you a little bit, like just a little suspiciously, but not. You don't get the vibe that it's a specific suspicion, but more like she's just generally suspicious.
Yeah. And let's say
It's not
it's got
personal.
like a bit of a hooked tip, doesn't it? Yeah, that reminds me a little bit
Nice
of mine.
curved.
Yeah, curved. I'm like, because mine's got a curve to it. So I'm like, oh, it reminds me a bit of my favorite knife, and it's on like a little necktie. So I'll just pull it out, and I'll just place it on the table so she could look at it. She seems like a knife person.
She looks at the knife. She reaches down to her belt and she takes out this hilt, or this sort of leather. It's clearly like handmade sort of leather hilt. She puts her knife into it, and she puts her knife on the table on the other side of your knife closer to you, then takes your knife, and then she looks at it.
Yeah, I'll look at Corinne's knife, be like, it's like, oh.
This seems to be very... She looks at you for a moment. I need to make a roll.
Me? Little me?
I need to make a roll.
Make a roll?
I need to make
you
a
need to make a
roll.
roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I mean,
But she has got
maybe
some
not
stats
so
right
good.
there.
We'll see.
No,
She does have
she's
some
got
stats.
very good melee as a skill.
Oh,
it's-
so do I. What a coincidence. We have so much in common.
Yeah. And she looks at this knife and she goes, this knife is not for hunting food.
No, it's not. Still my favorite all the same.
She says, then she sniffs it. This knife has injured quite a few people.
That was in my time, and I imagine in the time before I had it as well. Probably more than, honestly.
This is a warrior's knife. She very carefully sets it down. She puts it next to you.
Yep,
In
and I'll
what
put her knife back down.
circumstances-
I've looked at it a bit, admired it, as one does when...
Give me an intelligence-based melee roll.
Oh, I would love to. Melee, intelligence...
Mhm.
Blade speciality?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Indeed, 100%. Well,
Only a 7. I rolled real bad.
You did. So here's the thing about that. That is not a success,
It's
but
not.
it is a marginal failure, which means if you
Oh.
really wanted to know about this knife, you'd have to take a negative consequence.
I think it was more of a trying to bond with the crew moment, less of an actually trying to learn stuff about this knife moment, so I think I'm okay.
Fair enough. This is not a style of knife you've seen before. You don't.
Okay.
You've never.
Like, I'll make
seen
a
this
note of
style
it.
knife
If I
before.
see something
Yeah.
like that again, it'll probably register, but, maybe I'll look more to it then. But right now, it's just a nice knife.
It looks like it looks to you like a hunting knife, right? It looks to you like a.
She did
it
mention how mine
also
was not a
looks-
hunting knife, so...
Yeah. It looks. The one thing you could say with that, it's not a good success, I would say. It does not look industrially manufactured. That's the way I would
Neither
put
is
it.
mine. It is a non-industrially manufactured, unique knife, like mine, so, it was
Yes.
interesting.
Yes.
Had to comment on it.
Yes. She says, Have you been in knife fights?
Not terribly many, but on occasion.
Knife fights.
Mostly defense.
Defense. That is a knife, it seems to me, whose defense would be very effective. Anyone coming near this knife would probably lose a tendon or something.
A very astute observation. And I'll, pick it up because we've exchanged back now. And
We have exchanged back knives.
carefully
It is
put
the
it away.
knife of someone who is very serious about what they do.
This is correct. It was a gift to me when I was a very small child. I have treasured it dearly.
She leans in. You got this knife as a small child.
I did. I was like gestured about how tall, not very tall.
She looks at you. Where you're from, they give small children knives?
Well, back on home, where I'm from, not many adults give small children knives, but I was from an area where I did not have a lot of adult supervision, you could say.
You know, if a society is meaningful, if they give their children knives.
Yeah,
Societies
some
that
people
do not
did,
give
some
their
people
children
who
knives
did not.
are weak.
I make note of this.
Decadent. They
Mm,
don't understand hard life.
I could see this. This was a gift to me from my mentor.
Then your mentor cared about your ability to survive.
That she did.
Children must always be able to feed themselves.
That is very important. A hungry child is quite desperate.
She puts the knife back on the belt and she looks at Wesley. She says, "This is why, Wesley, you need to wake up early or else predators will eat your food and then you'll be desperate." She gets up.
That's when Jericho walks into breakfast is like on that line.
I think as she's getting up, Harlock would, and you, they might eat you too.
Listen to the captain. She knows.
Is this some
And-
sort of fucked up way of teaching him?
This is how you teach children. You warn them they will be eaten by large creatures if they do not know how to fight with a knife.
It's a method. Just eats a Tablasto covered egg. Just like, yeah.
And she leans over to the Harlock. 15 credits. He cuts himself with a knife in the next week before we leave.
Is it going to be a knife that someone gives him and challenges him to some sort of a trick? Well, I have other things to do with my money.
Admiral?
Yes. What are we talking about? Are we stabbing people?
Well,
What?
I just
No,
I came
Corinne
in
and I were
noticed
just
that.
comparing knives.
yes, her knife is very good. Wesley, 15 credits. Wesley's going to cut himself with a knife because he's so soft.
That is so beyond fucked up. And Terica goes to get their mug of coffee.
As they should.
And Wesley goes, well, I'll take that bet. I bet 100 credits that I'm not
Wesley.
going to cut myself with a knife before we leave this
Oh!
place.
I thought you were going to bet that you were. I didn't think that was quite
Nope.
fair, but...
I'm bet that I'm not.
Oh my god.
You have money to make a bet?
I'm betting 100 credits. I'm not going to cut myself with a knife before we leave this place. And I'll even hold your knife, Korean. And Korean's like, no, you will not.
Wesley, you don't have to prove yourself like this at all.
No, it's all right.
I'll take that bet.
I mean,
I'll put 100 that you won't cut yourself.
me too. Korean's like, so I am betting 100 to you, Wesley, Softman, and also 100 to you, Captain, that he will cut
What?
himself with a knife before we leave.
This is insanity.
Wesley, don't hold my knife, you'll lose a finger. Or at least slice a tendon.
Wait, I say he has to hold the quince knife. That's the
Well, that's not really on us to decide. Harlock looks at Quinn.
and
It's just like...
I will note that Korean leans over and says, I will give you a part of the action if you lend him your knife.
It's like, I don't really need the money, Quint's thinking. I kind of want to see it, but also it wouldn't go well. Like, that's just like, Quint's just like, do I, don't I? Do I, don't I? Wesley, you can hold my knife as long as you're within supervising distance of myself, mostly for my knife's sake.
Okay.
This is very
But
precious to me.
He puts his hand out.
Don't risk your money like this.
No, look, I'm from a small planet, and I
Don't
don't
risk
always
my
know
money
anything
like
about
this.
numbers.
Don't
No,
risk
no, this
my
is from mine. It's
You
from mine.
wouldn't-
I got it.
Wesley, look at me, Wesley. You wouldn't make a bet with 100 if you weren't sure of yourself, correct?
Well, shucks. I mean, I feel like I might as well just try.
I'll just put my knife
I
on the
see.
table. So Wesley can look at it.
You might as well take care of it now.
Might as well get it out of the way.
And he sort of like picks up the knife, just gingerly, right? And he puts it on his belt. All right, we only got, a couple more days before we leave. As long as I don't cut myself, then I get 100 credits.
Right, and tomorrow is the banquet. What has everyone done to prepare yourselves for the banquet? Who else is
Do I
coming?
get to go?
I know that I am going. Erica has also made themselves available to go to this. Where are we going? Some dome?
Yes, the Yellow Dome.
Yellow Dome. It's not called Yellow Dome, is it?
No, but that's where all the yellow people live.
Freeman.
The Freedmen.
Evan goes-
Friedman Dome.
Do you need me to come to this banquet?
Who says it? Evan?
Evan.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like. I mean, we're going underwater.
It's an important banquet.
Yes, very.
Now, I will say this, out of character. Evan looks a little like pondering it. The Harlock.
Didn't we get like a buck?
This
if he
is something
showed up?
you definitely know, because the Zidani consulate is actually very close to Vargar space. The Vargar there's a stereotype about the Vargar. And the stereotype is that all Vargar
That
are
they're sea
pirates
dogs.
and thieves.
Oh,
Yeah, they're sea dogs,
yeah.
right?
Nice.
Yep. And so there's a stereotype that they're all like scurvy, knavish, piratey, thievy, not classy people. That's like the stereotype of Vargar, that whenever you see a Vargar, they're probably a pirate and they're probably gonna steal your ship, right? That's like
But they are in Vargar.
that is like that's like a big stereotype about them. And Evan dresses
Admiral,
impeccably in a
stop.
suit all the time, right? Like he's very
I just-
clearly trying
But he's on a
to-
pirate ship.
doesn't
True.
necessarily know that.
Yar.
Uh,
Way to beat
Wendy,
the
my
stereotype, my guy.
Private
Oh,
tutor.
Wendy, my first thought
Thank you.
was maybe we shouldn't take him. They
Better
might
her.
suspect.
It's true. We do have a letter of marque.
Which
I'm sorry, private
Show
tutor.
them.
Probably
We haven't done anything bad to them yet.
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 So you can see that he clearly dresses in a way that he does not dress in a Vargar way. He dresses like in a more like sort of a human way, and he clearly is dressing to make it seem like no one will ever suspect me of being a pirate. Like I really want to prove to people that I am not the stereotype of the Vargar.
Maybe we should have
So, Donnie,
noted
that is-
that in there.
That is a thing that you would definitely know because you
Surprise.
live in a space where you're much
I
closer to
wouldn't
where
have
the
known he
Vargar
felt
are.
this way about it. Being a part of it.
They have also
Pirate ship.
invited us specifically, so he would get just out of character because they invited us. We're in a better position to be able to not worry
Yes.
so much about who we bring or what we look like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Good.
am coming on this endeavor, this banquet. as
And Kreen
Harlock.
looks at you, Quint, and she goes,
Mhm.
"If you're going, then I don't need to go. But if you go,
You can if you'd like.
you should take my knife." "Oh, I will go. I bet they have food in abundance."
It is a banquet.
And she leans back,
I don't.
and she just
Yeah.
looks at Wesley with a little bit of a death stare, and he just kind of shrinks,
I think
and then she smiles.
Harlock would would be standing near-ish. It's a small room to where Evan is.
Yeah.
And then would not say to him, but kind of maybe slightly turned in that direction.
It only takes 7 people, right? Because that's what I told them. 7. So,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Because that
Just
would
making
be,
sure. Myself,
yeah, that would be everybody.
Admiral,
Mhm.
Terica, Val, Harlock,
Mm-hmm.
Evan, and then
It means
Green.
somebody
Yeah.
has to stay behind, right?
Not Sue.
They would have to stay behind. Not
So he doesn't
Sue.
take up a slot.
For the love of God, not Sue.
He doesn't take up a seat on the sub, so
It's
okay.
true.
Mhm, mhm.
Um,
Good.
but-
Harlock,
yeah,
I do wish for your presence, not just in the ruse of.
oh, so not just the Harlock's name.
No.
Well,
Should,
If that
sorry,
is the
can I-
case, I will be happy to be Quint. Is that what you sound
oh,
like?
He's not bad.
It's a little like what they sound like.
that's
I-
fine.
But yeah, the Harlock would then be like, I think it would be good for everyone to go if they can, and this would be specifically directed to Evan.
Mhm.
But Wesley would not know that. Wesley would definitely think that it's
Yeah.
directed there.
Was it, I get to go? Me?
One person has to stay behind. We have 7 places, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I look at like us, and like I point towards Val's room, and then like Evan, and then like I point between Corinne and Wesley.
Well, I don't
Sam.
really have any nice clothes anyway, so I suppose I'd just stay here and I'd work on the ship.
Why don't you come along with?
Okay. But I just have dungarees, though. I mean, if it's a
We'll
Fancy
get you an
banquet.
outfit, Wesley.
I have this outfit and latex with a peeping peck window
And an ass window, just for in case.
and an ass window.
It does have
We'll
both
find
a
you
a
something.
peck
A
and
very
a
no.
good
window.
suit.
Reason.
We'll find you something. And I don't know if I fit in it. I tried it once, and it hurt.
Did you use powder or oil? It helps get latex on.
Why? Why would I put that stuff on me if I'm putting on clothes?
Because it's
Because
latex.
I don't
Yeah.
understand this craze.
Harlock would lean to Terica. What's a dungaree?
very
I believe it's an animal
Uh,
that jumps very high. From,
Why would you-
No,
Wesley, why would you
No,
have one
but-
of these?
no, it's just what I'm wearing right now.
It's a pair of very good pants. They were very.
Oh, my mistake.
Sorry, Wesley,
It's
you were
good.
saying.
It's what I'm wearing right now.
How high can
It's
you
the-
jump?
Yeah.
Me? No, I can't. Well, I'm happy to go, but then that means somebody else can't go. And he looks at
I won't go.
Kareen.
Oh, it's fine. I won't go.
Jared goes,
No.
It's a joke. I'm going. Are you kidding me? I'm not. No way, I'm not.
I don't want to be trouble.
oh, good. For a second, I thought you'd.
Imagine.
You're not. You're not.
No,
you're
I'm
not trouble.
definitely going. I haven't stopped thinking about it since last night. After as soon as I put the drugs down. Oh, by the way, I did some look into the side drugs. I think we all should know about it. I told Tarek.
Side drugs? What? Side drugs? That's illegal. Sonics are dangerous. I mean,
Wesley, you
Yes,
remember?
Crash Jones, the Sonic Empire?
Remember that
Sonics.
episode?
Oh, it's so good.
You
They
remember
stole
how
your
we-
soul with their eyes.
You know what? Never mind. I'll talk about it later. Never mind. Wasn't even a big deal. Talk about Crash Jones, please, Wesley.
Kareen's like, I won't go then. I will stay up here. But bring me back food.
I'll bring you a plate. You loan me your knife.
Yes, there's someone with the knife should be there. And she like passes her knife over, and she does it very delicately,
this
right?
knife
As she passes the knife
community.
over to you.
Yes. It'll be very, very respectfully take it back and clip it on. Yep.
Nice people are weird.
They are though.
Very good.
Nice people.
Just see this transaction. Hell. All right. But back to my studies. I guess it doesn't really matter. Except for the fact that they were laced with viridian. Remember the powder we all found at one time? It's sort of like, hi, Wesley.
Wesley's like, I don't, what?
Yeah, not you. But everyone else.
Oh.
We all remember that.
I wasn't here. Wesley, let's get you some clothes. I'll get up to get Wesley an outfit. We'll look through Quint's closet first, because again, Quint has a bunch of random pieces to maybe blend in. And if there's nothing in Quint's wardrobe, how tall is Wesley? What's Wesley's build?
What does Quint's room look like? What is Quint's quarters like?
Oh, it's awkward. It's so awkward. So you know, like
Wesley,
those
go
open
on.
houses, like those show houses, that it's like people totally live here, like in like the way that it's set up. Like, yep, this is totally a home. It's kind of like that, like it's whatever the standard room looked like, but with like the desk moved maybe like 6 inches over, like the chair is slightly out, like, oh, someone sat at this desk once. It's weirdly clean, pretty unpersonable, but there's like one Crash Jones poster that's like neatly put up on the wall, like not in a, oh yeah, this would look awesome here, like this is where a poster would go. I think it's probably like a slightly awkward spot, like either a little too high or a little too low, like someone's actually never hung a poster in the room before.
Oh, that's always weird.
Like the awkward IKEA showrooms, not like the good ones. Like you're like, oh, why would this be here? And then the wardrobe. There's like no one distinctive style of clothing. Like you look into my wardrobe and you're like, dang, this girl really likes the 40s and 50s. And
dang, this girl plays a lot of TTRPGs on the internet.
This girl plays a lot of TTRPGs on the internet. And likes vintage fashion. You open this one up and you're like, you can't pick a distinctive style. There's some like athletic wear, there's some like really formal wear. It's like, it's if someone had to have an option for any occasion and have it on ready, but in different colors. There's no like one clear discernible style or trend. There is a small section that does appear to be more recently purchased, like very recently purchased, that is more athleisure wear and like kind of like a more cohesive color scheme, like someone's trying to figure out their style but they haven't quite gotten there yet. That's how Quint's room looks. It's a little awkward, very unpersonable, but they're trying.
I need to ask you the most important question, though.
Okay, yes.
which serial is it? The Crash Jones poster. Which one is it?
Ooh, it is whatever was
Crash
available.
Jones and the what?
Yes. So this would have been when this poster would have been is a little worn. I will say that it is not a new poster. This poster was picked up during the scout job, so it's at least between the last 4 years old, because Chaz, her coworker, was awful and needed to be like, look, I live here. There's a
Murdered?
poster. It's fine. Get off my back. Yeah, and murdered. That was so nice, murdering him. So I
Wow.
imagine it's one of the more recent serials, probably like Crash Jones and the Ancient Underwater Ruins. That's a good one. It's a classic.
The Ancient Underwater. Oh, that's a great one. Everybody loves that one.
Topical.
Crash Jones,
Yeah.
the Ancient
It's a
Underwater
classic.
Ruins. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's like, well, do you have anything like big, baggy?
You are not going down there dressed in big baggy clothing.
Well,
And
yeah,
I'm
but
like,
that's
and I'm
my
like looking
style.
at him. I'm looking like what's Wesley's build compared to Quint's? Because Quint's pretty athletic. How tall is Wesley? He's a farm boy. So he's probably got a decent build, but how tall is he?
5'8", 5'7", 5'8".
Okay.
Mhm.
How broad?
But does not look it because he slouches all the time.
He slouches all the
Broad
time,
shoulders.
yeah.
But
Okay.
he tends to like. He's a very slouchy, baggy sort of fellow. Very
No,
like
this is Wesley.
overalls,
This is
big
a
bulky jackets.
diplomatic meeting. You cannot go showing up. You might as well just wear your dungarees if you're going to wear baggy clothing to this event.
Sort of
What is
look of
the
panic.
style that I've seen on number one? Is it baggy or is it like tailored? Like, what is the local style that because I've been to the Dragon's Dome now and I've talked with the people from Falaka and
Yeah.
been upside a little bit, yeah, at the High Point Downport.
The local style
Uh-huh.
for most people
Mm-hmm.
is somewhat sleek.
Mm-hmm.
The Freedman that you've seen, the yellow, looks a bit more cosmopolitan in that there are suits.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The one person you saw was suits.
Yes. I've seen some people
The blue
trading
people?
up the High Point Downport. Yeah.
Yeah. They're a little bit eclectic, right? Some of them are wearing suits. Some of them are wearing. There's quite a bit of leather, actually.
Oh,
right? Like
okay.
Leather
That's fun.
suit jackets. And they often have like it's a kind of a weird thing where there's like kind of like a toughness about the yellow folk, but also like no belts. No, like there's like a real lack of anything that could be a weapon on their clothing as like a
Okay.
style. Whereas the administrators tend to wear like robes.
I imagine with really cuffed sleeves, though, so you won't get ink on your sleeves when you're writing.
Yes. Like, and the sleeves are cuffed high,
or short.
right? The
yeah,
sleeves,
cut high and like really tapered at the Okay.
Yes. So it's like these like kind of like voluminous robes, but the sleeves themselves are like actually really quite short with like really long, like 6-inch cuffs that are quite tight that come up to like mid forearm. And they have like lots of their fashion involves a lot of pockets. Like they're all these sort of like large pockets. Like,
Makes sense.
really
yes.
big pockets.
Wesley seems like
and
a
the
pocket guy. Okay.
Yeah. And the wardens tend to go with very tight pants, boots, jackets, like short Eisenhower jackets with a lot of stuff on them. Very sort of a
that
little like
checks
a cavalry
Little
sort of like
militaristic.
a kind of like
Yeah.
militaristic, like cavalry, also state trooper style kind of outfits.
Okay. Yeah. And it's a wide world of galaxy. What could Wesley wear more than once? A suit? Would that be pretty galactic standard to a decent event? Okay. I'm gonna be like, no. So I'm gonna like look at some things. I'm gonna like hold up some things out of my wardrobe to him. Realize he's probably a little too broad for maybe some of my stuff.
I need you to know something. Give me a roll.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Melee
int
brawl
deception.
it is. Oh,
No,
no,
int
deception.
deception.
Okay. Int deception. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where is deception? There it is. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. 13.
Oh, yeah.
Almost a crit,
Okay.
but not quite.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not great for him. Pardon me, that was the wrong roll. Okay.
Oh, okay. Still.
The minute
yeah.
you start... The minute you start talking about him not being able to wear baggy clothing, this look of panic goes across his face. He's beginning to freak out. He's trying to hide it, but
Okay.
he is beginning to freak out.
Hand
There's
on
like a real
shoulder.
panic.
Hand on shoulder. All right, Wesley. Number 1, breathe. Number 2, what is wrong?
I'm feeling sick. No, I'm feeling sick. I can't go to the banquet.
Why do you not like
sick.
baggy clothing? Or why do you only like baggy clothing? It's okay, Wesley. It's just the two of us here. You can tell me. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I am not going to judge. I'm just here to make sure you look your absolute best, and so you can feel confident, and hopefully give you a piece that you can carry in your wardrobe through the future.
I gotta go work on the grebes.
Wesley. Wesley. What is it?
I don't feel so good. I gotta go.
Why don't you feel so good?
Just
We can get a looser fitting suit if it would make you feel better, but I think you're going to need a suit. Is it this style? We can go for something more like the administrators have. They have the looser sleeves, but the cuff goes about to here, and it's a bit tapered at the ends. Not as universally, galactic, but it would be a statement on some planets.
I'm gonna just go.
You can't go in your dungarees. Do you want me to come help you take care of the grebes? Because we're going to go shopping afterwards.
I don't think I should go.
This doesn't seem like the Wesley I know. What's wrong?
Not everybody gets it that they want to do, you know?
I helped up my robot arm, and I know better than a lot of people, yes.
Hey, how was it getting a robot arm?
Well, it wasn't willing. I was told I was coming in for a routine checkup, and I woke up with my arm that I was very attached to. You understand it. I'd grown it myself. It was gone.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, and I woke up and it was gone, and I was sent out into these deep reaches of space, away from my home. So I was a little bitter, you could say, but the arm itself is very strong. It's very capable of doing many things. I'm trying to look on the bright side of things for the time being, but I know what it is like to not be able to do whatever it is you want to do.
How long it takes
But
you to
I'm
recover
doing
from
what
surgery?
I can to change it. It was very good Solomoni medicine. Did not take long.
Hers only a couple days, and you're back up and working all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard.
It was a few days, yes.
Well, great, thanks. Oh,
cool. Let's go take care of the grebes, and I'll put my robot arm around his shoulders. Besides, remember what I told you about my knife? I have to be supervised by me. I want it in my sight. We're feeding grebes, and then we're going shopping, and you can tell me what it is, or we can just find out while we're getting you fitted for a suit. Because either we can have someone fit you for a suit, or I can tell someone some measurements.
You could tell people measurements. How about that?
I can take the measurements.
And
then we can give them to the person. Wesley, when you're getting fit for a suit, how are you going to take the measurement from here to here? And I start pointing to spots because I know exactly where measurements need to be taken. As someone who's worked with theater wardrobe.
He just shrinks again. No,
from here to here, here to here.
And he's just like, oh. He's
Wesley,
all
do you have a full body tattoo that says "I hate people, the universe sucks, I kick puppies"? Is that what it is?
No.
Is it say I heart the drowning kittens in rivers?
No.
Well, is it?
Hey,
Is it?
did you fix the? Did you get the thing back? Oh yeah, you only went down to Dragon's Dome one time, so probably not.
Yes, I got it. I'm getting it appraised by a jeweler, and they are doing a very deep clean on it for you.
It's great.
Also, I was thinking, since you are Soleimani and I am Soleimani, we should figure out how closely related we are.
My dad's Soleimani.
Yes, you're part Soleimani. If we did there is a Soleimani test where you can figure out which line you come from in the Soleimani ancient history. We can trace your ancestry.
That's cool.
That's something you'd be interested in doing.
Wouldn't it be neat if I were actually related to Crash Jones? That'd be neat. I mean,
you could be related to Crash Jones. We could be distant cousins, honestly.
That'd be cool.
I don't have any family that I know of, so it would be interesting.
Oh. Well, what kind of test is it though?
I just spit. It's a DNA genetic test.
Oh no, I don't want a DNA test.
It's just for your ancestry. That it doesn't test anything else.
No, because DNA tests got all sorts of things in them.
What do you mean? They have all sorts. What do you know about DNA tests?
I heard they said they do all sorts of things about you. The DNA test, it's dangerous stuff.
It depends on which test you order. If you order what Soleimani lineage am I tested? Just test Soleimani lineage. It's literally there's an entire like I'll pull up I think on my like a little pad because I'm sure that's a thing like which Soleimani heritage like it's like you spin the tube, it's $5 and you send it off and then they come back and they're like here's your Soleimani ancestry and like that's it because you'd have to pay extra for the other DNA add-ons because that's a thing now. So
I have a question for you about that test.
Yeah.
Does it also include health information about you? Like
I'd imagine
prone to illnesses,
DNA,
etc.
I imagine that the are you full-blooded Soleimani one does not have that information on it because it's just to see if you pass the test or not. But I imagine it's an add-on for an additional fee. You could get that additional information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I would be showing him
just the basic one. Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't have like prone to cancer, etc., right?
I don't think it would. Yeah, I don't think it's just the trace your Soleimani lineage shenanigans. 23andMe. Soleimani and me. That's what it's called. It's called Soleimani and me.
Soleimani and me.
Soleimani and me.
And he checks to make sure there's no like health data in there at all. Well, guess it's all right then.
All right. We'll see if we're cousins, and we'll get you some measurements. I could take them right now. You don't have to get undressed if that's what you're worried about.
Yeah, I don't. Well, let me do that. Let me do it myself.
Have you ever taken your measurements before?
No.
There's a look of just being like, oh my god, someone who's never taken their measurements before, they're gonna get it all wrong because as someone who sews, that is the case. It's very rare. Yes. Look. I've already touched your shoulders. All I have to do is touch a tape measure from that part to that part. Are you like secretly a hunchback or something?
No.
You slouch a lot, so it made me wonder. No, stand up straight.
It's because it's what... No, I can't do that. Slouching is what cool people do.
Who told you that?
Vids.
Which vids? You're not watching the VTube, are you? Who are you watching on VTube?
Don't matter. Look, I just got...
You have to stand up straight so it will fit you when it slouches.
Just got some kind of...
Up. I saw you sitting up straight at breakfast. I know you're capable of it, Wesley.
Got some medical issues is all. I'm just gonna go get...
Everyone has medical issues. It's okay. Naces, have you had Val look into it? He's a very good doctor.
He's not a surgeon, though. I asked him if he were a surgeon. So you weren't
Well,
really a surgeon.
wait a moment. He's not a surgeon, because he was going to do some surgery on me when we get down to Dragon's Dome.
He said it. He just said it. Well,
He
I
said
just don't.
he said
Everybody
he
here's
needed access to a surgical suite to do surgery on me. Is what he said.
everybody here's really important to me.
That's good, and you're important to us, Wesley. I pat my hand on his shoulder again.
I just everything's really good here, and I don't want to mess it up. I don't want
Why
it to
would
be ruined.
why would your medical issue mess up everything here? Everyone here is very weirdly understanding of things.
Well, I don't know.
Unless you're
Not everybody's
secretly a
understanding.
werewolf and you haven't told us like that one episode of Crash Jones, because that would be pretty cool.
Oh my God, that was crazy. No. Look. Okay, let me put it this way. When people find out you're Soleimani, they think that's amazing, right? I mean, they think that's so cool.
Well, some people do. Some people do not like it very much.
And when the Harlock, she's like a dashing space captain. People find out about her.
Is
They
she?
think that's pretty
Okay.
amazing. And Terica, they're like one of the best pilots in the world, and
They're
Here's the
very
thing.
good at piloting.
and they've got a secret, yeah? I mean, obviously they got
More
a
than
secret.
one.
Everybody knows about it.
Mm.
Really? I figured one. They're
Which one
actually
did you
sort of
figure?
noble.
Oh yes, I figured that
Nobility.
one too. But don't mention it to them. They don't like to hear about it. Yeah.
Right, but here's the thing. If people find out that they're nobility, people don't think badly of them. They think better of them. You know what I mean?
But Terika doesn't want to be nobility, and so it makes Terika quite upset when people refer to them as noble.
Yeah, I get that.
And some people really hate the nobility. I don't know if you've ever noticed that.
Yeah. Yes.
Thinks
but
back to Terra being under stupid, dirty imperial noble rule.
and,
Doesn't
and
say anything.
look, I get what it's like when people think you're something that you don't want to be, and you don't like it, and people find out about it, then they think differently about you, and that changes how they think about you, and then like everything's ruined because they don't see you for who you are. They just see you for some other thing that's not
Wesley,
who you are.
I'm going to give you
Yeah.
2 seeds of wisdom. Number 1,
Okay.
you cannot control what people think. No matter what it is that you do.
Well, if you're a psionic, you can.
You can influence people,
Mind
but you
control.
still cannot completely control how they think.
Okay.
It gets a little exaggerated in the Zodani serials on Crash Jones, yes.
Oh.
I've met actual psionics, I would know.
Really? Well, they're dangerous.
Mhm.
But then again, you're probably dangerous too. So did you kill them? Did you
Oh,
defeat them in
no,
battle?
I definitely did not. They actually helped me out. They were very nice. And not human. They were very strange aliens. But don't tell anyone I told you this.
Okay, I won't.
The second seed of wisdom I have to give you is that if people change how they think about you, based on something that they found out about you that you had no influence over, that makes them the dick. It has nothing to do with you. It means they probably wouldn't be good friends to have in the first place.
Okay.
And those are my
Think
2
so?
seeds of wisdom that I'm giving to you today. I don't do this very often. Don't tell me when I did this.
Do you think if the rest of them out there knew stuff about me, they'd fire me?
No.
They'd kick me off
They
the ship?
hired me. I do not think they would. They actually like you. I do not think they would. I think they would just be like, "Oh, that's interesting, Wesley," or they wouldn't even care and carry on with their lives. Unless maybe
they
you were
like
like
you.
some crazy eco-terrorist or something. Then they might be like, "Well, that's
No.
interesting. Please don't blow up things while we're doing something." That's probably what they would say.
You sure?
And not all of them like me.
I feel like they like you because you're very likable. You're Soleimani. Like me. And like
Some
Doc
people,
Morsi.
yes, thinks of people who don't like them. Well, you are a genuinely more likable person than I am, Wesley. I guarantee you that. You also weren't a spy for decades, so they might like me, but they definitely don't trust me. They trust you, Wesley. And I don't think they would change their opinion of you based on what observations I have made in my very short time among the crew. They seem like people with a lot of issues themselves, but deep down, decent at heart.
So,
And also, you should
I
not
just
let
had a
Severance charge you more than 6% interest.
okay.
Less than 6, you're doing good. It's my third
Okay.
grain of wisdom. You're getting like a whole platter of wisdom today.
I just had a thing when I was born. You know, that's all.
Is it a cool third arm? Because that would be really cool.
My wish. No, I just
No.
had a thing when I was born, and
If you were born with it,
Mom.
who would hate you for that? Dicks. Assholes. People who aren't nice.
Really. My mom always wanted a girl.
Oh, one of those. I've seen those. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but I'm not a girl.
And that's fine. Your mother can get over it or not, either way. If she made an issue of it, then she is the problem, not you.
She did make an issue of it, and
Well, that was not very motherly of her. And I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
I just need to go get some surgery taken care of so I can just be who I want to be, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. So I can't be in a room with, can't change in front of Kareen, because I just can't.
I think Quint's figured out what
And
the
he starts to
problem here
cry.
is. I'm just going to be like, oh well, here we are. Okay, and just come here, bring it in. This shoulder, this one though. This one will make it rusty. Come here.
Okay.
It's a lot softer too.
When I told her I was a boy, she didn't believe me, and she was never very supportive of it all. And
Well, that's not a very good mother then.
and she and my dad would fight about it all the time, and because he was like, he said that I was his son, and they would fight about it, and he died.
It sounds like
in an
your
accident.
father was a good father.
Yeah, but when he died, then she just was in charge of everything, and she
How old were you when he died?
I was like 14, 15. It's just a couple years ago.
Well, at least you weren't any younger. I'm sorry you had to deal with that for several years, but you are away now, and you can do what it is that you want to do.
Yeah.
I think I know what the problem is here. And let me tell you, I worked at this place called Cirque du Soleimani. You've probably heard of it.
Heard about it.
And I think I have some like pictures, some like little shots of like some of the costumes and stuff of Cirque du Soleimani.
It's cool.
At Cirque du Soleimani, we have a very wide array of costuming needs, including things that can be altered on the fly, so that you can do quick changes and present yourself differently within 20 seconds or less. 15 if you're in the really extreme shows. I think we can get you a suit that will work now and both after you go to Assis.
Okay.
I'll just need to take a few more measurements. If that is all right.
Okay, but gonna just have to be careful, yeah?
I'll be very careful.
Okay.
And Quint will quickly and very professionally take the measurements, write them all down, take a couple of extra measurements to make it adjustable for comfort, and get everything needed for a nice suit.
He is clearly wearing, once you like pat him down, he's wearing like pretty heavy restrictive bandaging probably on his chest.
Yeah. Also, were you taught how to do this? And I'm just gonna like gently because if not, I can give you some pointers. I've got some hooks for easier access on and off.
No, I ain't. No, I just did it myself.
Because if you do it wrong, you could harm yourself with circulation issues.
So, I mean, I don't always have the best full breathing, but I mean, works though.
All right, I'll make something. I'm just going around taking measurements. I write down I could pull out a second pad and I just scribble down some others.
Hurts my ribs sometimes and all, but
it's not supposed to hurt.
Oh.
Don't worry, we will figure it out.
I just don't
I
want
will make
anybody
you something.
Really?
And yes, I will make you something myself. What's your favorite color?
Well, dark blue?
Dark blue.
Well, actually, Crash Jones would wear like red and gray and
dark blue
like that.
with
cool.
red or gray lining. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Just don't
now let's go.
I don't want to disappoint them out there.
They would not be disappointed. I can guarantee you. If they do, I will punch them in the face with this arm. But I am very confident that they will not be disappointed, so I don't think I would need to do any face punching.
Okay. Because Terrica's like kind of the coolest. You know what I mean? Like they're so cool.
They are
like
pretty
a pilot,
cool.
like Crash. And I just when I think about Terrica, I think they just do whatever they want to do, and they just don't let nobody get in their way, and they're like a pilot. And
I'm gonna. Is there a character in Crash Jones who is Terrica-like that I could make a reference to for Wesley?
It's tricky because Crash Jones himself is a little bit like Severance and also Terrica.
Yeah.
And then Millie is a little bit like you, but also like the Harlock. And then
it's like a supporting character, like someone who like really helps, like is really nice and helps out with Crash Jones, but like a crack pilot kind of thing. Like even if it's just in one episode.
Jones. Oh yeah. well, there was that
he's
one
a fan.
pilot.
He's an aficionado.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was that sort of there was like a noble from the Imperium who was but very, very helpful, very dashing, was like the coolest, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll mention their name. Like Terrica reminds me, you know that one episode of that one Imperial pilot who was very dashing. Yes.
The one that saved Crash Jones. I remember that one, yeah. That was Crash Jones and the Riddle of the Broken Face.
Crash Jones and the Riddle of the It's a classic. But do you think that that wonderful, noble pilot would judge someone based on who they are? I don't think so.
No.
I mean, she helped out Crash Jones before he even, she even knew who he was, within the plane sequence,
It's true. Yeah, that's true. Look, I don't know if you know what it's like, but I had to leave everything behind. I had to leave my whole home and everything because I was
I know exactly what that's like. And I, gesture to the arm again. Okay, yeah. Except I didn't choose to leave. You are a braver person than I am. I didn't choose to leave until just now when y'all picked me up.
But the whole crew, they're so special to me.
And you are special to them. And I will, ruffle his hair ever so much. Now let's go feed the grebes. I've got your measurements, and I will be making you some things.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Yes.
I suppose I should tell you that I kind of stole that necklace, by the way.
Oh, did you?
But it was mine anyway.
Family heirloom. I see no problem with you stealing it.
It's just that my mom said I didn't deserve to have it and wasn't going to give it to me, but my dad said
your mom sounds kind of like an asshole. I haven't met her, but Good for you.
All right. Well, let's go.
Let's feed the
Are you
grebes,
gonna tell
and
him?
then we're going to go and we're going to pick out some fabric. All right.
Okay. You're not gonna tell him, are you? Are you gonna tell him?
I would not tell
Should
them.
I tell him?
You want to tell them that? If you want to tell them, I think everything would be fine. I think they would think you're very brave.
Just figured I'd tell him after I got surgery. That's all. Oh, see.
You're probably going to need someone to sign. How old are you again?
No, I've got paperwork saying I'm 21.
Can I see this paperwork?
Yeah, I got it. He hands over
I'm a spy. How legit does this look?
He's been so excited to show people that paperwork.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how authentic it looks.
Would you like to roll deception or administration for me?
Oh,
with a boon.
Deception or admin, they're the same, honestly. Intellect deception or intellect admin?
Intellect. Yep.
I'll do intellect admin because what else am I gonna roll? Admin. Yep. I don't know. Shockingly, I actually have admin as a skill. It's all that time in this year. All those spy reports. With a boon. Okay. Here we go. Because I'm a spy. I'm just a shock.
Yeah. It was.
That's real bad with the boon.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's what I needed. That's really sad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. This is very fake paperwork. Is what this is. This is very fake paperwork.
Wesley.
Wesley is definitely not 21 years old. Yep.
Okay, Wesley, first of all, I want you to know that this is very shoddy paperwork.
I spent money on that one. It's pretty good.
I'm very sorry for your wallet. Oh, this is worth like 2 credits behind the bar to maybe try to get entry to drink. You were ripped off. I'm very sorry. If you want to get a medical procedure done with this paperwork, you are either going to a very unaccredited surgeon, or you're not getting surgery. They are not going to accept this as a legitimate form of identification. like, because I imagine that is the case for sure. Yeah. So, if you have your real identification with you, with your real age, I'm sure someone on this crew would be more than happy to be your legal guardian, and sign some paperwork for you. Or we could try to forge you a new set. But this is terrible. Do not show this to anyone. I mean, really, they would know instantly if they had any wits about them that it is not a good paperwork. Like, not knowing how many people he's shown this to, I'm like, do not show this to anyone.
Okay.
Are you an adult? Are you a legal adult, Wesley? It's okay, you can tell me. I think legal age for surgery on ACEs is just legal adult, which it would be probably more convincing than 21, because I think it's 18, 19, maybe 20 there. But you want to drink, don't you? That's why it says 21.
Could I meet you at the Grebe Pit?
Let's go to the Grebe Pit. Let's go.
I gotta do something first. Do you mind?
Is it getting your real papers?
Sorta.
All right, let's go.
He walks out to the galley. He walks right over to the galley.
Yeah, I'm following. I'm just standing behind like this.
Terica? Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
I gotta ask you a favor.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Here or
in your quarters?
Yeah. Sure. That is fine. Let's go. Jericho will drink the rest of their
yeah, but
coffee.
he's dried up, you know.
Yeah, he's dried up.
Quint's shoulder's also probably wet. There's a wet smear on Quint's shoulder.
I think Jericho notices both of those, and as soon as we get to the room, Jericho will be like, "We'll be right there, Quint," and then they'll close the door and they will turn to Wesley and say, "Are you okay? Did Quint didn't hurt you?"
No,
you
no,
okay?
no, they're great. I'm wondering if I could get you to do me a favor.
Sure. What do you need?
Could you, could you? I kind of need you to, could you be my legal guardian when we're on ACs?
Uh,
Cause I need to get
yeah.
some surgery done, and Quint said that they're gonna need like better paperwork than what I got, and I need to use my real paperwork because they got like apparently computer connections or whatever, and I'm gonna need a legal guardian to sign, saying that they're my they're my my kin or whatever, so I can get permission to do that.
I uh
Because I
I
can't get
I
it done
feel
if I
really
don't
honored that you
got
asked.
somebody.
No, no, I will do that for you. Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
You're sure?
Yeah. Yeah. But the surgery, that's what you need the money for?
Yeah.
Yeah. I sure I could do that. Yeah, we'll get you that surgery. Yeah.
Okay. Um. Don't be mad, okay?
Okay.
Got to get surgery to like fix some stuff on my body that was just not right the way before, and so it's gotta. And I'm not lying or nothing like that. It's just, it's just.
Oh. Oh.
But you kind of have to
I'm
know if
not
you're gonna
mad.
be my. You don't hate me?
No. Come here. Jericho will like offer him like another real hug.
And he sort of comes in. He's like, you've been teaching me how to fly and everything, and you know, and you've been real nice to me, and you always said that you wouldn't. Severance too. Everybody's so nice. I just don't
We're
want to
here for
disappoint
you,
nobody. Just want to be myself.
Wesley. You being who you are is not a disappointment. It is the most amazing gift in the entire world. Being able to just embrace and show who you are today, that is a gift. And I feel incredibly honored that you would even ask me to help you get that done. But you you're amazing, all right?
Okay. I just want the admiral to like me too. I just want him to like see that I do a good job and I'm trustworthy and that I'm. Cause
Well, he did offer you a loan in the first place.
I know it was really nice.
Predatory loan. Yeah, well, I think he was trying to be nice, which is weird.
Cause I
But
feel like if I could, I could like I feel like I could grow a mustache like his once, you know, and everything. And uh,
I don't know if you want to be like Severance. I mean, if you
are
want
you
to be like
kidding?
Severance, okay, but
I feel like if I could be like a mix between you and Severance, that would be like really cool.
oh, uh, I feel like that's polar opposites. I,
Not at all.
like,
You two got like
what?
you two have been really like supportive of me and you have a lot. I don't know. You just have a similar vibe. It's like you. I don't know. Like sometimes you finish each other's sentences and something, and And you both have got like really good character. Like you both seem really honest and forthright and I don't know. You both listen to me when you didn't have to. So.
I can't speak for Severance. I don't particularly like him.
Oh,
I don't know that he's a good
he's
role
great.
model for you.
Sure he is.
But
Wesley.
oh,
Yeah.
this is my quarters, Severance.
I was trusting that you were private. All right, well, ring me when you have some privacy, Wesley.
Okay. Hey. I don't know what to do about Dr. Morrissey.
Oh, what about Val?
He's just like me. He grew up on a farm planet and he saved me. And I don't know, I just don't want him to be mad at me either. I don't want anybody to be mad at me. I'd be really sad if they fired me and they got rid of me, that's all.
If
Or they
anybody
saw me
gets
as
mad
somebody
at you,
different.
it's going to be because no one's going to get mad at you because of who you are. They're going to get mad at you if you ding the gambler or if you harm some of the cargo. But you, Wesley, no one's going to get mad about you for who you are. At least
The guy that sold me the
not on this crew.
ID. The guy that sold me
Yeah?
ID, he told me all about this place on S03E07, and I'm really excited to go.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
It's a medical clinic, and they ask for people like anybody who's like they apparently take people from all over, and they don't ask a lot of questions, and it's it's a great place.
How much recovery time do you need? How can I, after we get you back to the ship, you're gonna need, well, I guess
They
they'll
said
give
you
us
could be
the
in and
schedule.
out there, like just in and out in a
Yeah.
day or two. You just got to come in. You gotta like, it's kind of like you got to be a little bit. Can't tell people about it, but it's like a real like legit place.
It's a legit place, but we can't tell anyone about it.
Well, cause you know they'll do stuff, surgery for you and stuff, but you don't need like paperwork or nothing like that. They need like a little bit, but not a whole lot. So like it's just they don't they could get in trouble or something if you just told too many people about it. But they ask people from all over to like regular folks go there all the time.
I warned about this.
Well, how about when we get to a C-suite, do a little research to make sure that they're gonna take care of you.
Sure, but I mean it's a
Look, you're
great
gonna
place.
get this surgery. That's gonna happen. I just want to
Okay.
make sure that whoever gives it to you is going to take care of you and that your body is going to represent exactly who you are.
Because sometimes this guy he came over, he like comes over, he came to the planet and he was like pretty fancy and everything, and he was looking for like just regular folks who might want to get off the planet and go somewhere special, you know, and that place, they come round up people and give them like got a name. It's good.
Wait, is this isn't the ship that Val found you on? This was something else?
Yeah. No, that was that ship.
Oh, it was that. Oh. I mean, I think they tricked you, Wesley.
Yeah, but they were gonna take me there, and that guy,
And
one of the guys on there, he is like humanitarian. He like picks up people who don't have a lot of resources. He let me get on that ship for super cheap, like cheaper than normal
I
low
bet he
berth.
did. Wesley, he was trying to tell you in the slavery. I'm 90% sure. Never look at their logs, but that's common.
Uh,
Which is why I want to make sure whoever you get surgery from is going to do a good job. We're not going to go to a clinic with warm waters that no one ever defines. A real clinic that's going to be good.
it's a real place. It's a place that would. Anyway, I'm gonna go feed the grebes with Quint.
Okay.
Hey, by the way,
Well,
I'm gonna say something. I noticed that you twos, sometimes spend time together and everything like that, and I think that's pretty great. And like, y'all are in love with each other and everything like that. That's pretty awesome. And then it's like pretty romantic. And I can imagine like you two, maybe you like get all married or something, and like on the ship together and everything, co-pilot and pilot.
well, I mean, right. She's lovely. Quint, they are just very lovely and very good at what they do. And sometimes adults enjoy that a lot, and they don't. They can just be that, you know.
Okay,
I don't want to get your hopes up about a wedding or anything like that.
sure. Well, that's all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you get married, you could adopt me if you wanted to. You two. I'm gonna go do the grebes. Just
Okay,
grebes. Bye.
okay, I'll figure
Bye.
out how to get to sign your via. Yeah,
Okay. Bye.
thank
Gotta
you,
go.
Wes.
See ya.
You
Bye.
should tell Piper. Oh,
Quinn's just waiting
He's like-
when
outside.
the door opens, like Terica, like
I trust
looks.
now, Yori.
Oh, I gotta go talk to the Admiral, Quint.
Alright, and then we're taking care of the grebes.
Okay.
Wesley,
Grebes.
remember, 5% monthly, 5% monthly, 5% monthly.
Okay. Admiral, I'm on my way. And the Admiral like hops off, leaving you two together right there at the door.
Oh, hi.
And that's where we're taking a break.
It's been a
We're taking a
minute.
break right there
Hey!
in that sexual tension.
Did you
See a
say
lot
in
of
that
sewing in
sexual
Quinn's
kitchen?
future.
Or in that central
It's
kitchen?
been
I think I just
2
said
days since anything sexual has happened.
This
Here's
is
all
true.
sorts of
Drinax.
tension.
That's Sexual Kitchen, which is my favorite
kitchen.
album,
Favorite album.
Yeah, Sexual
Yep.
Kitchen.
the jazz album.
Yeah, Sexual Kitchen is I guess sort of
Schmoot
psychedelic
album.
rock band from the
Yeah.
70s.
There you go. That's right.
Sometimes they use smoot.
Schmoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Schloot.
Yeah.
Schmoot.
We're going to break, everybody. We'll be
Sexual
right back in 10. Stretch your legs, drink your water. When we come back, I'm going to find out what's going on over there, and then we're going to find out what the Admiral has to say as y'all get ready for your banquet.
Mm-hmm. Banquet time.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back. I trust you had a lovely break. We're back, and I want to say there was a whole bunch of stuff going on. And while all that was going on, there is this breakfast table in the galley. And a lot of people are no longer at the breakfast table. And they sort of moved to a different space, which kind of leaves Severance and the Harlock at the breakfast table. Well, everyone else is having a tad bit of dramatics. And I
They
want
seem
to know.
excitable to you.
There they are. Breakfast in front of you both? By yourselves.
Did they seem a little excitable to you for some reason?
Ooh.
The rest of... Never mind, it's not important.
The rest of them, yes. They all seem to be pretty excited. I had a vision the other day.
I imagine they're sitting in silence. Sorry, what'd you say?
I had a vision the other day, a memory.
Memory? What kind of a memory? Was it? And then the Harlow turned toward Sarah. Was it one of the Baron's old memories?
It must have been.
Interesting.
I've been getting several. It's all. It's all. It's always interesting when I get memories in these moments, because I'm not sure if they're mine or if they're his.
What are they?
There was a memory I had, and you were in it. I know, so it must have been mine. That's, I think, how I would know.
Well, presumably it's not the Baron's at that juncture. What was it, from the party or before, or
after the party?
That shouldn't be possible. Are you sure you weren't having a dream of some sort?
I don't. I remember you being shepherd.
You can see just like almost like a sheet falling over, like a visible panic and concern. Briefly, but long enough that Severus would definitely notice. You had some sort of strange dreams as a side effect from this body movement that's happened from your old into this new one. Clearly, it's caused some sort of, and starts like putting flour on dishes and like piling things up. Clearly, some sort of
I'm going to reach out and grab the Harlock's coffee cup, if I may.
And like very out of character, Harlock like physically jumps.
Like away and scared and startled, or like jumps to like protect it?
Jumps just in like a little bit more startled than anything else. Like mind has gone away like a million miles.
Right. And then like for that moment probably brought you back. And then I stop. May I? And I gestured towards the coffee.
Oh, yeah, I'm not drinking this anymore.
Go to smell the coffee. Does it smell like there's liquor in it?
Does it smell like there's coffee in
it? Right. Does it smell like there's coffee in it?
Is probably more the question. Okay. It always looks like the Harlock would be drinking coffee out of a coffee cup, but that's generally not the case.
Sure. And so what are you drinking?
It would probably be a darker bourbon-based sort of drink that the Harlock in their room probably has like an electric heating kind of thing, so that there would be steam coming off it, but it's like the AM version of a Manhattan or something.
I go to take a whiff of it, and then I let the memory take hold.
So it would, I imagine, camera fades, that fuzzy sort of thing. We suddenly find ourselves back in a small cabin, very clean, very organized, well lived, but also kind of dusty and like somebody hasn't been there in a while, and just like essentials, if anything. It would be when last we left the vision, the Harlock had agreed to start teaching Severance a little bit of pain management via psionics. And so it would go and into the next day, fading in, where I imagine Severance is probably still asleep because the Harlock has always been a very, very early riser and might wake up by the smell. Girl, this drink would have a smell. It would have a definite smell whenever she's first putting it together.
Right.
And especially to somebody who has probably stopped drinking.
So in the moment, in this memory, Severance is asleep?
Yeah, but would kind of start awake to the smell of this drink.
Wow, that is pungent.
You know, I don't force it on you.
No, you do. You do. It's the steam. You know that alcohol boils off at 180 degrees, and coffees usually serve at around 190, or just below boiling, or if not boiling at all, depending on the machine. And these machines are probably boiling. You're not getting any alcohol, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, there's still some liquid in there. It's distilled down. And then like it's in a little saucepan and then takes and pours it into a probably like tin cup. Looks like it might have been run over a couple times. Turns around with the cup. Sun's
The alcohol
almost
is in
up.
my nose now, and that's that pungent smell I have. It wakes me up, so you do force it on me.
Sun's almost up. It's well past time you should have been up by this point.
I'm up. This is less than one.
No, it's still too early for that. Kind of spins over and then just plops down on the edge of this bed. There's like a cot in the room. I imagine the plopping down of it kind of like jostles the rest of it, though, in a manner.
Yeah, it moves a moment, and that probably brings back some of the pain that I should be managing.
I put all of this effort, and it's really my own fault at this point. All right. First lesson. Where are you feeling the pain?
It's mainly in my side, and then it feels like someone is splitting my spine in half vertically. Like just peeling it away.
It does give some more information on, well, it's not important. Take and close your eye. And she very gently, like almost like she's about to physically close eyes, but then kind of just like rests her hand on the side of his face. Close your eyes. Now think. Picture that spot. Don't try and avoid it, but think of it. Focus all of your thinking on it, what it feels like. The specifics, the exact spot. And Trooper, in this is, she's, I don't know if I need to roll for that. Like how well she's actually teaching that.
I would like you to roll psionicology, and this would be probably education.
Okie dokie. We're at an 8.
That's an 8. Yep, that works because you're taking time. Absolutely.
And this is just we're just getting started here, so.
Right. Yeah. And how many people have you taught, really?
It's enough.
Enough.
No, it's really not. Just think about that. And I imagine, in especially the initial learning sessions, eyes closed. So she also, though she's not like physically touching him, she is like doing some end of the work as well.
Right.
But I
Training you.
imagine it would be kind of doing that a little bit, but also kind of trying to figure out different ways to psionically connect mentally to help kind of teach from the inside a little bit, is what he knows.
I could also make noises too, Trooper.
So, I feel like I'm having an echo, which is
I'm not
weird.
hearing it for what it's worth.
Oh, good. It's just me then. So,
Nope, I wasn't hearing it either. But I was, and now I'm not.
being in someone's brain is like an intense thing. I'm going to ask you a question. Could you make I'd like you to make an psionic strength roll, but using your Zodani psionic talent. Mm-hmm. 9. Okay.
Yeah, 9.
I need Severance to make a roll for me.
Very well, excuse me.
I would
Psionic
like you
strength?
to make... Yes, but the skill would be your survivor, your survival, if you would.
I don't know how to. Okay, it's.
I think that I think the center strength is not working the what's the word, the drop down, which I have to fix. But
I'll just
whatever
make
I
it
can.
dexterity and then
Yes,
take
basically, yeah.
away from it. Yes. Where is this? I did survival. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Survival, dexterity, survival. Do a -2. 7.
Okay. There is a place, the Harlock. It's a garden. It's the water gardens of that estate. And as you go into Severance's mind, you walk through the sort of hedge maze that is his mind. And as you walk through it, you see complicated things. Metaphorically, you're seeing these hedgerow mazes, and there are old flowers on them, and you can see new flowers blooming. And these new flowers, this new growth, is the Severance that you know, as they are being grafted onto the ganglion structures of the brain that did not belong to him at first, right? It's the kind of ways in which the Severance that you know is becoming integrated with the body that Severance has sort of taken over. And when you walk through this garden, you have in your hand things. You are carrying things. You have in your hand some gardening shears. You have in your hand a watering can. You also have a bag with fertilizer and plant growth food, right? You have all of the things that you need to take care of this garden and help this garden thrive, right? To grow, that this hedge maze, this sort of all the kind of ways and paths. And some of the ways and paths are not cleared. There's like debris in some of them, right? There are ways in which you are here in this moment. You can help this process becomes smoother. And as you look, you can see where the roses are grafted onto each other, and where they're grafted from the old hedgerow bushes and the new roses, you see blood dripping from the places where they're grafted together. And some places you've already repaired and the blood it's not bleeding, but some places are still bleeding. Tell me what you do in this garden of his mind.
In the mind of a memory. You're in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
In the mind,
Yeah, a
of a
memory
memory.
of our imagination.
She would be walking through and starting to enter this maze situation. But as she's passing any of these grafted roses, would like clean up any spots that need to be cleaned up, and wouldn't
Each
pack
time
up
you touch
stuff like
one,
that.
each time you touch one, you get a flash of a memory. Right? Every time you touch one of these roses, you get a flash of a memory. And there are different kinds of memories. Cord, I would like you to give me one of the early memories when the Harlock walks by and touches it. Give me an early memory from Severance.
I would say an early memory.
Mm-hmm. Maybe when Severance was 12, 13, 14, 15. Early teens.
I would say that Severance, not a Merrymore.
Mm-hmm. Severance, not a Merrymore.
I believe there was a crisp night under the Drinaxian sky. I think I'm standing on a balcony, looking at a myriad of stars. There is a haze of an aurora, but not necessarily an aurora. It could just be the radiation mingling in on the winds in the stratosphere. And I think a wisp sort of goes by. Maybe just if you were to imagine a wisp of smoke or motes of radiation, or just maybe even flecks of rust. This is the bones of a once beautiful empire. But as the breath, this death's breath of Drinax sort of maybe like a cloud in the night sky moves through up in the stratosphere. The sun or the nearest star may be glowing, maybe setting, and maybe that's what's casting this glow through it. The night is around twilight or dark. The sun set maybe an hour ago or two, but the sun is still shining in the upper parts of the atmosphere that create, for a moment, every night, usually one of these clouds. And I think he's watching it. He's young. He has no facial hair. He looks up at it, and it's his hair is shorter now, and as he is looking up, it is there is a sense of wonder and appreciation for Drinax. I think maybe for a moment there is a blinking beyond as the sun may set and finally casting its evening shadow on this glowing cloud that makes this blinking in the background start to become apparent. That blinking or that light in the distance, much like if you were to go outside and see a satellite in here on Earth,
sort of go by. It looks like a star, but it's moving at a faster rate, but it isn't a shooting star because the sun is glinting off of that. And I think that is what he sort of looks at as this thing begins to just drift across. The cloud is dispersed by now, and he looks up and studies it for a moment, and then he realizes he's staring at the floating palace. A moment of hope washes over as he begins to dream of what it's like to live there. Look down through these green clouds at the people below. And then, even before then, there was even these clouds at all. These the stench of apocalypse would have been long before then, when the Drinax was the bristling empire that it could be. I think he begins to watch and look as this golden fleck begins to drift by. Amongst the white stars, there is that yellow drift. And then he starts to follow that until it gets to fade out towards the horizon. And then he begins to just look at the stars.
The next rose you touch, there's a balcony. But this balcony is not the same as the last one you saw. You see Severance standing, looking out over this huge sort of picture window down upon the surface of Drinax. And he is dressed fine. And he turns, and there's a woman you know, Lady Hill, Tarika's mother. And this person turns to her and says, "Well, I trust that our child is kept secret and hidden, but growing well. Have you been keeping your eyes upon him?" And the woman, Lady Hill, turns and says, "Yes, my love, I have. No one will be able to find him. He's buried and hidden. But why?" Severance says, "Well, he's somewhat of a problem and an opportunity. He has resisted my influence. He's not empty. Empty clones are perfect vessels. Clones that are not empty are some of the few opportunities for renewal." And she says, "Well, when will you teach me the secrets of cloning? I too would like to live forever." "My love," he says, "well, that's for another time. But how is Tarika?" "She's doing well. I believe that she..." And he goes, "Do they not go by they?" says Marymore. And Lady Hill says, "I would like Tarika to take her place as the great hero, as the head of a matriarchy. So, none of this is important to me. If I cannot tame the one down below on the surface, your child will always be able to step in a pinch. Yes, make sure no one finds this one." What does he go by? He calls himself Severance. I don't know why. Make sure he stays hidden. You don't want anyone finding him. And that memory sort of fades a bit.
What have I done?
The third rose you touch is a memory from last month, 2 or 3 months ago, after the party. It's you and Severance. And you're both sitting on the porch of this place. And there is a sense of calm and peace. And you are both sitting there's like one of those like swinging chairs, you know, those kind of like swinging long benches, you know? And you're both sitting shoulder to shoulder with each other, just very, very close, quiet, seeing like this sort of the desert scape in front of you. It is very, very close. And this is a wonderful memory. What do you do with that memory?
So the Harlock would kind of pull her hand back as if she'd gotten like pricked herself, and sits there and is staring just at this rose for a little bit, and then very carefully, like kind of pausing along the way, reaches down and picks it, and then is holding it in her hand. And I imagine there would be just like a brief kind of no change in facial expression, but just like a
pause. In that memory, on that swinging bench, Severance, what do you say to the Harlock? And Harlock, what do you say to Severance in this very... there's a shooting star in the sky. Mm-hmm. This is sometime after the murder, the stabbing, the transference, sometime before you remember waking up. And it's just this moment of, you can hear sort of like sandpipers and the sound of the wind through the desert, and the sky is beautiful. It is one of those skies, if you've ever been to Texas, right? Like West Texas, in the middle of the night when it's just all sky and stars. And it is this very...
Is it after the swapping?
It's after swapping in the lost year.
But this memory
Mm-hmm.
that we are in
Mm-hmm.
is of that lost year.
Yeah.
So this would have to be earlier than
That
this
is
memory.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be earlier than lesson 1 of pain management of lost year. I feel like this may be... I'm thinking this may be like hours or like recently after. I saw a crime documentary recently where this criminal did this atrocious act and like horrible stuff, and then her and her boyfriend went off and got intimate. And I don't know if that was, and I don't think they do either in this documentary, know if it was because of the adrenaline or what, or why that even was a thing. But I feel like this may be that moment where like, that horrible thing happened. Now we have these endorphins, and but there's still like this very solidifying bond that can be made. I also once upon a time, cord me, I got not a criminal. I got into a car accident, but I felt like when I and the car was totaled and whatever, but like everybody that was in the car with me, we felt like this special. I did, at least to them, felt like this special bond. Like, hey, remember that time? Like, hey, and I feel like that may be here too, that unspoken bond. And
So I don't know if that may be like what is happening, where it's like there's a lot of unspeaking feeling of closeness. And I don't know, maybe this is before Severance passes out because of this
Pain.
swappage that has happened. I'm also thinking like maybe he isn't even fully there. Like he just still may be in like this. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what happens. I think he, as a shooting star goes by, I think he sort of just looks and see that.
See what?
Shooting star.
Are you sure it wasn't a ship of some kind?
And that was going to be my point. That's why I think this works well.
Well, maybe they're coming for you.
You worked very well back there, almost as if you knew exactly what I was going to do. And even before I mentioned that could have been a ship, you said that it probably was one. It's almost like you're inside my mind.
That's... why, that's... Who would be inside your mind? You're crazy.
We should leave. We should leave. We shouldn't be on this swing. We shouldn't be here.
Here is exactly where we need to be. I was only half kidding when I said they might be looking for you. I don't think that was them, but I think they would be coming to look for you. You took Merrimare's body. We didn't agree on that.
I didn't think that would happen, and you keep saying that, and I don't think that's what happened. I won fair and square. I think a moment he wipes blood from his, like he coughs up phlegm, but for a moment maybe he takes out a Drinax and a handkerchief, and you see that it is dabbed with blood.
Oh, what? Oh my God!
Apologies.
Had you injured him? And she starts like patting him down to see like if she can find a wound. Because Severance had stabbed Merrimaire before doing the job. Okay, where?
Yes. Yes.
It was in the meaty bits, wasn't it? Like
yes,
where did he?
His side, probably left side, lower, right above the hip, maybe. And that is, I think when he goes to wipe his mouth with a handkerchief, you see that it is shaking, and there is probably a bit of pain in his eyes as he sort of looks over at you.
And it looks like she's starting to like maneuver his clothes or something, or one could mistakenly think she's getting fresh. Because get your mind out of the gutter for now. And she, like, if they're still wearing...
I think he does. I think as you are doing that, I think he does sneak a kiss as he's he's still then
you will hurt
super
yourself.
Close though, but just like still grunting in pain, trying to whisper.
Hurt yourself even more than you already are.
I can't hurt more than I am. This is helping.
And he goes in for another kiss on the cheek.
And she like as if she's gonna let him, but then like ducks down. She's been bandaging with like she's tearing off the bottom parts of this dress she's wearing, and then like leans kind of arms around him and is trying to tie it in the back so it puts some pressure on there. And then she would come back and like, you know, again like real close to his face. All right, I'm done.
Good.
Well, go on.
Right. And then
and then she would kind of lean in and then like kiss him at that point.
And then I think there is a moment where there is, of course, this kiss. He does wince again with pain, and then he goes, I'm having a hard time remembering why we're
we're here.
And then we step back out of that inner memory, back out to the garden, the mind garden, and there is the Harlock with this beautiful memory, this rose
And
in her hand.
and you can see as she's staring at it, there's like, again, expression's not really changing all that much, but there's like just tears streaming down her face. And she takes it as she's looking at it and then just slowly like crushes her hand around it. And as she does, it turns almost into a dust as it kind of like comes down from her fingertips and almost seems to disappear before it hits the ground.
Severance.
That was a nice one.
Outside of that, I think in Dream 1, I think his eyes are still closed as her hand is on his cheek. He then opens them with a startled moment, and then he sort of looks at you, looks at the Harlock and goes, "I'm sorry, who are you? What are you doing here?"
And she immediately acts as if she's like doing something next to his head or like fixing a bandage on the side of his face. Well,
excuse me. May I help
yes,
you?
you're pretty banged up. And if possible, almost, I might have to roll for this, as soon as Severance wakes up and like seems as if he doesn't recognize, like even just that before he says anything, that brief look in his eye, would like to roll, see if perhaps can do a little psionics trick to make it look like she's someone else.
Please make that. Yep. Telepathy. Make that a telepathy roll.
That's the one.
That's what I wanted.
Oh wow, one of my strongest. Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
That's an 11.
Severance. You once told me, way back in session 1 of season 1.
Session 1 or character creation session 1?
Character creation.
Okay.
That you lost a year of your life.
Uh-huh.
You don't remember it.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something that you do remember from that one lost year. That there was someone named Shepard who took care of you.
Yes.
In that year.
Yes.
What did they look like?
I could have sworn that the image of them is hard to remember. They had some sort of eyewear.
Yes.
And usually their hair was short, but they changed. And it was also had a bit of it's hard. I can't. It's funny. I can't quite remember it.
Can't quite remember. I had you roll your psionics earlier, and you rolled a 7. I would like you to look into the palm of your hand.
Right. Yes, I do.
What you see there is one lone rose petal that somehow you saved. That's sitting in the palm of your hand. You don't know where it came from, but it is blood red.
Closes his hand. He then pockets the petal in pocket on his breast pocket. And he looks back up at this person and then I think he collapses and faints.
And at this moment, you are looking up at this person, and you are in the galley of the gambler, and the person you're looking up at is the Harlock.
Okay.
So,
There you are. That is what I remember.
uh,
You know what? This belongs to you.
And he pulls out this dried, decrepit rose petal. And he puts it just, I think, in front of you.
A shepherd.
I don't know. And you can see she's halfway debating, like, through the many options of what she could take, of what she should take, and what she wants to take.
Uh-huh.
Do you just remember this? Well, you know, and then she would turn and look at him. You shouldn't have remembered any of that, of course.
I had a good teacher.
Well, maybe your teacher should have been a little shittier. Listen, and then she fully like turns in her seat, because I imagine they probably sit near each other most of the time. Turns in her seat to face him, and then like kind of like eyes around the periphery, but then like somewhat covertly like grabs his hands, and she's like looking into his eyes. Severance, listen, I can try again. I can make you completely forget. You know, it's. I didn't intend for you to have any memories of.
Who said I ever wanted to forget?
You. Severance, please. It's dangerous. You don't. Severance. I want you to forget. They won't stop until they find you. If they were to know what you were able to do, no one's been able to do that. You don't know the danger that having that kind of even experience. If you don't know, they have ways of making people remember Severance. If you have any memory, then they can sniff it out on the air. It's dangerous.
All right. I understand. Then maybe it's best you do try again.
You could see that that's the answer that she wanted, but also she looks like there's a little spark of something that looks like incredibly sad and disappointed to hear that.
Do your coffee.
As he sort of leaves and he pulls out his like the microphone and his, the comms as he begins to then just leave the room.
And this is when Severance calls in to Wesley. And they're just down the hallway. And Wesley's like, I'm on my way. At this moment, right there, as you two have this very, very emotionally heavy sort of space, this is where Terrica and Quint are in that hallway, down that way, looking at each other as Wesley leaves the two of them to go and follow up on Severance.
I want to offer something. I think
Please.
I would like to, and it will explain itself later, I would like for time to have passed a little. I think I would like to offer the fact that moment that I had sniffing the coffee was just maybe 10 or so seconds.
Yes, absolutely.
And so that does leave a bunch of time and a chunk of time.
Yes.
And I'll explain myself.
Yep.
That'll make sense.
Absolutely.
And that'll make sense
Absolutely.
as he starts to walk away with the comms out.
Terica and Quint, you are facing each other through this iris door to Terica's quarters, which look like what?
Terica's quarters are pretty drab. They don't have a whole lot out in there. Um, I think most interesting thing about their quarters right now is that their pillow does not have a pillowcase on it, but the pillowcase is hanging up over the mirror and covers the mirror. They don't really have anything up on the walls or on the desk or anything like that. But there is a couple of like a stack of manuals about J drives and different manuals about how to like take care of the ship and things like that. So there's that's about the only thing here that is everything else is pretty like looks like a typical room. It doesn't look like Erica spends a whole lot of time in there. Or if they are in there, they're in there for long enough to sleep and then they leave and probably take the book with them and read it somewhere else. I think Terica just says, "You helped him. Thanks for helping Wesley. That was kind of you."
He was very distressed. I wished to make him less distressed. I did what I could.
I'm glad. I think he's had enough distressing things happen in life. You know?
I didn't have the heart to tell him that there were going to be many, many more, so I just,
Yeah, well,
helped out with what I
don't know.
could for now. I tried to impart wisdom, but at that age,
Yeah.
Have you seen his paperwork?
How much
It's
did he tell you?
terrible.
Oh, I haven't looked at it. Do you know how to make better paperwork for him?
I mean, yeah, a little bit, yes.
Because that would probably be good for him to have in general.
I mean, I'm sure he has
in
his
case-
actual paperwork with him, probably just hidden. He can use that. Pretending to be older than you are
Yeah.
is not always necessarily a good thing in certain places.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm just thinking, I mean, so far we've gotten away with never having to show crew paperwork on a planet, but it feels like a matter of time, and I'd rather make sure he has something that reflects who he is.
That is fair. Well, I can see what I can do. I'm not an expert forger, but I do have some admin skills.
Thank you.
And then Quint, it's like you take a mental note of, I should probably make myself some new paperwork. There's like that thought of like, oh, this reminds me of something, yes.
Terica just like keeps like sort of swallowing there like,
Yes.
yeah, I think that would be good. Thank you for
Yes,
that.
it would be good practice. I think I need to make myself some more as well.
Oh, more paperwork? New paperwork? Is
Well,
your real name
paperwork
Quint?
that says Quint. That actually is my real birth name, as far as I know. It's never been on any of my official paperwork in the Solomoni Empire, or Solsec, or the Imperium, so, yeah, it doesn't have paperwork.
Do they
I should probably make some.
let Solomon spies have paperwork? That seems odd to me. I know my mother's spies have had their pasts wiped, so.
Well, I have a, I was in the military as Quincy Vanderbilt. I have that pass, and I imagine Quint just pulls out, whoop! That is what I use for most of my time. When you're in Cirque du Soleimani, you don't have a name. You have a title. So, that was slightly different paperwork. And then I have my Imperial Scout's license, which will say Quinlan Vance, and I have this one, but I do not have a Quint Vesper. I was told that was my name, my real name. So, if not, it
Probably
was the
good
name
for
that
you
was
to have.
given to me that I remember as a child. I thought it didn't sound as it didn't sound as Terran as I would have liked when I was filling out my paperwork for the military. So I changed it. Didn't have a birth certificate, so I did not have to worry about that.
Fair. Seems cool to be able to choose your name, not have, thousands of years of anything tied to it. Just have your own name, you know?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I have gone by many names in my lifetime. Um, I've chosen some of them, but never for. There's always for a role. I didn't
Uh,
choose some of them.
that's
I did not
different.
choose the quintessential. You are given a title in the circ, and I appreciated that. It was um, just based on your aspects, your qualities. I did not choose my imperial name at all. I woke up and that was my paperwork, and I was sent off to the reaches. So that was fun. But Quint, I would like to think that's the name my parents gave me, whoever they are. If not, it was probably the very old lady who sometimes gave us all food on the streets. She could have been the one who gave me the name, but that's what she told me my name was, so that's what I'm going to go with. And I'd like to find out. Oh, it's been a very long time since I've been Quint Vesper. I would like to find out who they are fully.
Yeah.
Let's be
Who
in
do
the
you
role.
want to be?
That is a great fucking question. I'm figuring that out. Um, I really enjoyed being the quintessential Viridian. I think that was when I was happiest. But it is not an option anymore, so I have to figure out something new. I know I definitely don't want to be Quincy Vanderbilt anymore. I am not that person any longer. And I'm not an Imperial Scout. Ugh. And just looks at the thing like, oh, dang Imperials. Kind of look on her face and just puts that back away. So I should make some paperwork reflecting my actual
To
name.
show who you are. Fair.
Yep.
Sorry, I just kicked you out of co-piloting. I just think it's probably for the best. Not that you're a
It
bad
is fine.
pilot.
No, it is fine. I understand. I can be supplementary when needed. I have many assets and skills. Put me where I am most needed, where I am most useful. I'm
Maybe and I
very
could
good at
take a
filling
couple of
roles.
positions. Oh yeah.
Oh, that is a good one. Yes.
Sorry.
But really,
Um,
I'm quite flexible.
oh, I know.
Mm,
It's a great skill to have, being flexible, allows you to
yep.
really just embrace the moment.
I'm doing what I can for once. So,
Do you
real
like it?
talk. If you need me to be gunner,
Real
I will
talk.
be gunner with Corinne. If you need me to help Wesley with mechanics, I have mechanic skills. I can do whatever. I really do not care. Said with like pure indifference of like really just that comes across as like when it's like I have no professional interest in any of these things, so just stick me wherever.
Tarika looks like relieved that they haven't like caused
Yes.
some sort of like. No, of course that's great. We do need a second gunner for sure, and
That's what I did in the Navy. I was very
doing
good.
yeah,
Mm.
that's awesome. It's not my strong suit at all,
No, you should
at
stay
all.
piloting. You are very good at that. That is yes.
Well, that's like coming home in a lot of ways,
It seems to be your joy.
You can just yeah, yeah, it is. I wish I could just hop in the small one and fly right now. That would be so relaxing. I I I gotta figure some stuff out. I think I'm gonna head down to Dragonstone.
Oh,
If you
really?
want to come. Yeah.
Sure. There's a couple of. I was interested to see what books they have here. I like to do
Oh,
some
I
reading.
was also thinking about finding the library. I thought it would
Sounds
be,
great.
maybe there would be something in Old Zendalian that would be interesting or
Perhaps.
help
I
with
got into reading in
figuring.
these past few years as a method of saving my sanity from my coworker. So I started the book club because if he was reading, he couldn't talk. So,
What kind of books do you like? As Jericho's, they're gonna start like getting their stuff to go
yeah.
down to Dragonstone as they're talking.
I also need some fabric. I need to get a suit for Wesley. And some other things.
Oh,
Need
you're gonna
hooks
make
and
Wesley a
eyes.
suit?
Going to altars. It's tomorrow. I do not have time to make a suit from scratch. However, I can get one and alter it, and I do have time to make some undergarments from scratch. So that's what I'm going to do.
Oh,
Yes, that and some books that I can read later. Because not right now. I have too much sewing to do.
And as these two are moving
okay.
down the hallway, Severance,
Yes.
your finger, the part of your palm where that petal was,
Yes.
the rose petal, you have a memory. The thing is, connections go both ways. And you're remembering some things. You remember at this moment being strapped to a chair. You are in a room that's all metal. Overhead light. Clearly the room has some sort of shielding on it, because you can't tell what's on the other side of the walls. You're in a metal chair. Your hands are strapped down. And there's someone close to you, in your face. If you look at your body, you realize that the body that you're in is the Harlock's body. And the person is speaking to you in Zodani, and you can understand it in this memory. And the person says, see, when they come to interrogate you, they will go into your mind. You may be able to lie, but you cannot hide your memories. Now, try to shield yourself. If those people come, find your memories and they find them, then you are caught. And when you are caught, you will be killed. Bring up the shield again. Cannot shield yourself. We will erase your identity from your mind. All right? Bring up your shield. And this man looms closer to you. And you can feel an invasion into your mind. And there are defenses. Just here, the only way we will let you out there with these memories intact is if you can keep your shields up. Otherwise, you'll remember no one from your past. You won't even remember being Zodani half the time. So shields up. The Harlock, what do you say in response? Absolutely.
Can I make a survival roll with my psionic strength, which isn't my psionic strength?
Yes.
Cool, because that's going to be 9. 7.
Mm-hmm. An 11.
So that's me rolling Harlock stats.
That is you rolling Harlock stats.
Okay.
The Harlock, what do you say as you keep your shield up?
I
And you
don't think
resist
the Harlock. I don't think the Harlock would say
entries.
anything. I think the Harlock would just be staring at him.
Severance.
Yes.
The mouth says nothing, but the shields hold. You feel the probing into your memories, but they can't get in.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to tell you this. It hurts.
Right.
It hurts a lot.
Like
and it's
silence. Mm-hmm. It's like silence would be relieving.
Yes.
But the pain that I hear and feel is in a wavelength that won't leave my psyche alone.
Mm-hmm.
No amount of white noise will be able to drown out the pain I feel in this current moment. Right.
And you are back going wherever you were going.
I make a slight change, or a slight ending. I think during that probing feeling, that maybe there's this pulsing of whatever is prodding at the Harlock's mind, which I am experiencing. But I think every once in a while I hear conversation. Every once in a while I'm hearing a lot of jarbled speaking, as well as the wavelength of distorted psychic energy, or the waves of distortive psychic energy as it sort of pulses through my mind, or pulses through the Harlock's mind that I am experiencing in this dream. But I think every once in a while, through the warbling, I think I also hear I hear a bit of it sounds like my radio.
Yes.
It sounds like chatter on from Severance's radio. And everyone's and I think this is what continues and goes on. But I think at one moment that sort of leaks in, and that's sort of what interrupts him or wakes him up from this dream, is a chattering that he hears coming from his comms. And then maybe that, or moments later, is when several moments later, wherever Wesley and I have this meeting, that happens.
Wesley's like, I'm here, probably at your quarters.
Right, in my quarters. I will have my comms on my desk. I'm just sort of displayed in the center as I'm sitting down. And maybe I have and it's I don't have a desk. I'm having my desk like I'm a CEO. That's not the case. My desk is against the wall with a bunch of things strewn across it. But in this case, they're all stacked neatly, and in the blank space of where things were is my comms, and I'm sort of leaning away from the table as the table is against the wall, and I'm sort of like as if it was like a dormitory to a college. There's that door here, and the desk here. I'm just sort of waiting by the door, looking at the door, and I sort of spin and turn towards Wesley as Wesley makes their way in.
And the iris opens.
Hey, Iris.
You wanted me? I just thank you.
Yes. Have a seat, and I will get out of my chair and sort of move it toward them. Move it towards. Yes, and I just want to let you know that you were in fact not. I trusted that you were you found privacy. I was wrong on all accounts. He gestures to the radio.
What do you mean?
Forgot to turn your radio off. Okay. So you don't have to pay me back.
I'm gonna.
No. I don't want you to. All right?
But
how much more do you need?
I've got 3,000 credits and I need 17,000 so I can have 20,000 total. That's what they said it
Three
costs.
now?
Yeah.
I will look at the books and we'll see what we can do, Wesley. I have no idea.
Can I ask you a question and you won't get mad?
Of course.
I've been working really hard. I've been fixing up as much as I can on the ship, and once
I
those
know, it hasn't
supplies
gone
came in the other day,
unnoticed.
and are you mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you?
I don't know. Because I didn't tell you everything all the time? All at once?
No one tells me everything all the time. I'm used to it. I don't tell you everything all the time. Are you mad at me?
No.
And I believe you.
Are you, do you think I've got a good work ethic?
Grabs one of the tablets off of the table and starts to go through files and good work ethic. Yes, I think so. One of the best on the ship, of course. That's why I thought I would be able to give you such a steep price on a loan, because I knew you'd be able to pay it back and then some. And if you wouldn't be able to, you would find it work to do such.
Thank you.
Of course. Wasn't actually going to keep the money.
Well, the loan is important, and I thank you.
Of course it is. But I think this
Admiral?
is more important.
Guess. Are you... a while ago you said that maybe I wasn't... Maybe I'd be let go if I wasn't doing a good enough job. And, I've worked real hard since then to the whole thing with the grebes and all that. And I'm sorry, I just want you to be proud of me. That's all.
You know what would make me proud?
What?
If you took 20,000 of my credits and never pay me back.
Only if I can pay you back some other way. Like maybe I could pay you back by, I'm gonna learn to fly, and so that I can help.
I know you are.
I will.
I know you are. What else are you going to do, Wesley?
Well, I'm gonna be really good at repairing, and
You already are.
Sue said something to me. I haven't spoken to Sue in a while, in a couple of days. He used to come and visit me sometimes, and he told me things. It's funny. He talked to me about you.
Oh?
And, yeah.
What does he have to say about me?
I was talking to him, and he looked a little bit little bit like Crash Jones, actually. It's kind of funny to see him look that way. But he
Right.
was talking to me about you and Terica, and he was saying, kind of funny. He was telling me I should listen to you both, and that you two are. Told me he knew you all a long time ago. I suppose that's true because you've been on the ship together for a long time. Years, it
Yes.
sounds like, from the way he was talking.
Right, yes, well, that's all very good. Go ahead and open up your comms or your account,
Okay.
yes, on your tablet there, yes.
Pulls out his little tablet. It's a little janky, right? It's like one of those tablets a little bit too thick. It's a little bit like, it's a couple years old. Yeah.
Mhm. Right now, your account, you should have the money.
Oh my gosh. Sue told me that you and Terica were gonna save Drinax.
Well, yes, we all are. So are you.
He said he was waiting for you two to come home to meet him. I didn't know what that meant, though, but
I don't either. What?
it's weird.
Sue.
He showed up.
I'm sorry. As you.
No, yeah, he showed up, and he said he was drawn to me for some reason that I called him, but I didn't call him at all. Sometimes I do to get like food, but he said I called him. I didn't know what that meant, and he said that that he was waiting for you two to come home to meet him, which I didn't really quite know what that meant, but every once in a while he shows up looking like Crash Jones. But I haven't actually seen him. He hasn't come visited me in the last day or two.
Huh. That's concerning.
Why?
Because he's a robot. Because he's an AI. And he's
Yeah,
now
I just
saying to come home to meet him. He lives here.
I thought it was just something from before I got on the ship.
I don't know what he's talking about. It could be also the database that he is wired up to could also be interfering with his own memories, you see. AI
Right.
only know what are given to them. So they uploaded an old database with similar information. Then I don't know. I would only assume that there is also the database that he has been uploaded with is possibly the same database that the King Oleb has as well, which is here in which why we were all hired for this position. I'm
makes
not sure why
sense.
I'm telling you this. But yes,
Oh,
that
thanks.
is that's probably all it is. Nothing more.
He seemed a little sad, but he's just a computer program, so I figured that it was just some kind of thing. But he knows all the Crash Jones stories.
Was it convincing? Being sad?
It looked kind of convincing, yeah.
Back in the ancient times, there were AI that would try to do things like they would do simple tasks for humans and replicate what human behavior. And one of them was trying to illustrate what our hands would look like. And sometimes they would look like tentacles or claws and just nasty, awful things. This is, of course, back when they. It's not important anyway. I just wanted to know if it was convincing. Was the human behavior?
Yeah.
It was convincing. Because it could just be
Yeah.
him practicing.
He only visits me at night, though. Sometimes I'm up late, working on stuff, and sometimes he'll come and visit me, although he just hasn't done for a while.
Right. Well, it could be because more of us are awake.
Oh.
And he's busy.
Yeah. Yes.
I got a diagnostic recently. So he's probably been busy.
Yeah. He just said a lot of really good things about you and Terica, that's all.
As he should.
Like you're all... I don't mean to ask, but how long have y'all been on this ship together? He made it seem like you've been he'd known you for years, so I suppose he's been this ship computer for like, you've been doing this for a long time, yeah?
I've been around.
Well, I hope that I can be on this ship as long as you and Tarek and Sue and Doctor, all of y'all have been together. So I hope I can be on this ship as long as y'all have.
Doesn't make any sense. Because we would always be on it longer than you by that much.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
It's like being like, oh, when I grow up, I'm going to be as old as you.
Right. Yeah.
It worked like that. How old are you again?
17.
What?
I'm 17. I lied. I said I was 21, but I'm 17. It just that, you know. Sorry.
Right. That's what that meant. Okay. Yes. All right. There's some chatter. Like I said, you had your radio on, and I wasn't quite.
Sorry.
Oh, it makes way more sense now. Right.
I tried to keep it on in case people needed me, you know, because I figured I want it on in case you wanted to call.
Yes. I was waiting for there to be a lull so I could speak to you. And here I am. I don't remember what I needed to speak to you about before. It was the fact, I think it was, doesn't matter, Tarek is going to do a poem. By the way, we'll get you to ACES, and we'll get Wesley to where Wesley needs to be.
Okay. If I should salute or.
You don't have to do anything, just know that I'm, in a weird way, know what it's like.
Thanks.
I think I don't actually. I sort of do, but I don't. I shouldn't try to compare what I'm going through with what you're going through, because that's not really respecting you or your whatever your. You know what? I'll salute you. Get
like,
out.
It's just like it's like the body that I'm in isn't mine. That's what it's like. And I'm gonna fix it.
Right. Yes, I was right. I was correct. There are some similarities, but not. Like I said, it's very close, but not the same.
What? Are you like me?
I don't think so. Not enough to know what you're going. Not enough to.
Because
it's very complicated.
If you're.
And I respect every bit of it.
I never met anybody like me, and it's okay because if. Wow. So.
Honestly, I have recently realized and remembered that I have an entire life before I died. But once I did, I swapped bodies. And now I'm trying to relive my other past and figure out the slideshow that is my memories and how that all makes contextual sense to who I am today. But still trying to find me. You see where there are similarities, but it's very complicated?
Is the body you're in now, do you like it?
Yes.
Well then, I hope that when I get my new body, I like it too. And then I'll have your facial hair.
Get out, Wesley.
Oh, okay. All right. I gotta go with Quint to feed the grebes.
Yes.
Um,
Thank you.
okay. He turns towards the iris, and he turns back. He kind of just gives you a big hug.
He winks at him and then he hugs him back.
Okay.
Please get out of here.
Okay, I'm going. And he hops out. Like, Iris opens up and he sort of steps out and he's like, Quint, Grebes? Want it? Quint? And he sort of like wanders down the hallway.
We're probably still in the hallways. Like, oh shit, that's right, it's Grebes. Yes, Grebes. Uh-huh.
Well, I think I'll head down now, but I'll see you down there.
Yes, probably. I do need to pick up some
if
things.
you're gonna... Oh, I mean, if you're gonna go...
I told you we're
I
feeding
can
those
just do that.
Grebes. We're going to feed those Grebes. I can get you.
Well, and I need to grab Severance too, so maybe we'll meet where we have to do those 15 pages of paperwork. Won't that be fun?
That is a lot of paperwork we have to do. Yeah, we'll probably all meet there.
Sounds good.
Did I just interrupt something? Because I can go down to the hold and just...
Wesley, you're fine.
No, it's fine.
We were talking about
honestly.
books.
Yeah, books.
He reaches in, pulls out a small little tablet. He's
Here
like,
it goes.
Would you like me to pick you up some books, Wesley?
No. I don't think Terica's read a whole lot of Crash Jones, so this is my...
Oh,
Crash
that's
Jones
true.
of
I've
Barbarian.
read every Crash Jones.
Oh, of course, because you're Soleimani. Obviously.
That doesn't say anything about that. It's a messy topic.
If you want, I can lend you my Crash Jones and the Drinax Barbarians.
Oh, I'd be honored. I'll take very good care of it.
Okay.
I promise.
Okay.
And Terica will they'll do the super careful taking.
And it's
And
kind
then
of
they'll
old.
put it very carefully. Huh?
It's kind of old because...
And well loved.
From his
I
dad's.
imagine.
Yeah. Hey,
Oh,
real quick before we go
they'll
down
put it
there,
very carefully on their night.
Listen, don't say nothing, right? I've been whittling since I've been 5 years old. I'm gonna be totally fine with that knife.
Quinn just gets a look on her face. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with that knife. We'll see. You might surprise me. There's just a look of yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but okay. We're gonna find out. Might need surgery for it. Might need some emergency surgery here in the next week. We'll find out.
When Terica laughs, they also look slightly. It's a sort of
And I'm like, and I lean over to Wes, and I'm like, do not use that knife to whittle.
Oh no, that blade's too nice. And he reaches down into
I'm glad you
he
realized
pulls
that.
out,
There's a little bit of relief. Oh, good. He at least reckoned. Because if he tried to whittle with that, A, he was definitely going to lose some fingers. B, it would be bad for the knife. So yeah, no.
He reaches down, he pulls out a knife that he had in his boot. He's like, see, I got my own knife. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Holds it up. It's like it's a folding knife, right? He just puts it back in his boot. He's like,
that's cute.
It's like Kareen doesn't realize action. I mean, I know knives. He turns around and sees walking down the hallway, leaving you two.
However, I'm gonna also just grab Severance while you're taking care of the griefs.
Sure.
He was gonna go down.
Money, but either way I win. Just slowly, following after Wesley and being like, and I think Kareen's gonna win this one, and just muttering. Just
Terica's will head to Severance.
Just
at that moment, we close the episode as our crew take care of their last bits of things before we go to the banquet next week. Because everyone's going to be here, and there will be a banquet. Everyone's going to be getting clothes. Everyone's going to have new clothes. Oh,
Banquet time.
I do need to
Be a
say this one
poet?
last thing. There's a little bit of note. There's a bit of a note from Evan to the Admiral.
Oh.
And the little note
Oh.
says simply, pinged in, little DM, Admiral, when you go to this banquet, be sure to wear your suit. Well, not quite sure about this planet, but definitely at Aces. It's all the rage amongst the nobility.
Oh, this suit. Oh gosh. And then you look somewhere at the closet, and it's there.
Would Marcel ever lead you astray?
Your regular dress seems to be fine for this planet, but I agree on Asus. You should definitely wear the green suit.
What does he know? He's colorblind.
I don't know.
And then we fade to black.
And that is our episode. Wow, everybody.
Oh,
What a crew.
man.
I don't even know what to do with these folks. These are amazing. These are amazing people. It is an honor to be able to play with
We
them.
don't fade to black. We iris to black.
Oh, yes.
One moment.
Yes.
I am going to just have to make a note.
Yep, I'm on the
To-
same
to
page
make
as you,
an iris.
Trooper. Yep.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm making note of. Thanks. I'm making a note about it because
I might have one for
Now
you.
this
We'll
that's what I
see.
need.
Iris stinger. I'm gonna look it up.
I might have one.
Yeah,
We'll
oh.
see. I'll look for you. I'll send
Yeah,
it over,
OBS does
baby.
have stinger transitions, and if I can get an iris, that will be my life now. I'm just gonna say it.
Let me see if I can get you one.
I technically made one for my Stargate game, so I think I could just isolate that and export it for you.
Nice.
Oh, okay, y'all.
Nice.
Irises. If I could get each one of you, I think that our title episode is Knives Out, as it turns out, for this week's
Oh,
episode.
yeah.
I would love
Appropriate.
some of my favorite peoples to just say who they are, where we can find you next, give some love to the other players, to someone other player, and then just say, what are you looking forward to for the banquet, which we're doing next week? And I'm going to start with Rocket.
The banquet. What are you starting with?
Yeah, who are you starting with?
Rocket.
Okay.
Sorry, I saw you just like eat a snack and
It's Pez.
I listened to a podcast
Crunch
about
of
that
Pez
recently.
and Rocket. You get that confused all the time.
You know what? You get the whole experience. Yeah, so first off, I'm still Rocket, even now. And if you want to find me next time, it'll probably be next week here, same place.
It does make sense.
Yeah, because in an act of self-care, I've been cutting down on some of the other things I'm doing to try and get a normal schedule. We'll see if that works itself out.
Good for you. Self-care is very important.
Thanks. Again, we'll see if that
100%.
ends up working out.
Well.
And she didn't actually do that, it turned out. But,
Yeah, I do that too.
I'm trying as a thing.
Spoiler.
I'm gonna cut all these things I
Spoiler,
like to
she
do.
did not do that.
Self-care.
As it would turn out, she would not have done that.
She lied.
As it turned out, that would not be the case. But aside from that, yes, in giving out love for tonight, I have to say, so Trooper, I normally end with you. I'm going to go ahead and start with you this fine evening. The way you brought not only the story of Wesley to where it is, but the way you went around to everyone and spoke with them, and it related so strongly to things that maybe or maybe not they're experiencing, but they are. I thought was wonderful, and giving the opportunity for people to really like dig in and have that moment. As always, you always create very lush worlds, amazing characters, and each of them are very different. It's kind of like some sort of a black magic that you can have so many different characters in the same scene, even, um, and bring them so distinctly to life. Distinctly. Um, yeah, so moving from there, of course, have to move to chord next because being able to play with some of those scenes, bringing the past to life, so much fun. Really excited to explore that more. And I think, at least in my playing history, that is a record with how many layers deep.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
mind, we
Yeah.
may
That
have
was
achieved
awesome.
full inception.
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
That was a
to the
really
point to
cool way of
where,
doing that too.
yeah, to the point to where like we would come out to a level and I would be like, are we at the top second
Yeah.
level or like the second, third level? I'm not sure
Very
which
cool.
mind we're coming in and out of right now. Lindy, I love how when the way that Quinn handled Wesley in really the first time he's talking more openly about this, and kind of the pragmatic way that Quint went about it. I did notice both Quint and Severance. It's like, oh Wesley, that's so nice. Oh, you're having feelings. Okay, well go on now. Go on. Let's what if we clean? You want to clean? You want to clean? Is that what you want? Me, you want a hug? Okay. Me, well, okay, I'm doing that. Okay, you can go now. You can go. And then meanwhile, Terrica's over here like, here, come. Let me just. There we are. You want me to come with you? And meanwhile, Harlock is not even around. Like, who knows? We're like, because I think we all know how a conversation between Wesley and Harlock in that moment will turn out. Just like, well, I don't see what the point is. Are you speaking to me about something? And yeah.
He asked the Harlock to take him to the surgery center. He didn't tell her that's what it
Yeah.
was.
You know, honestly, like realistically, the Harlock
surgery center,
is not, keeps track of a lot of
In
things.
quotes, the surgery center.
And
why are you putting that in quotes?
see,
Hey, wait a minute.
No way.
Hey, hold
There's
on.
no way we're going to that surgery center.
he
We're
is
finding
gonna
a good
wake
one.
up. He is gonna wake up like
No.
2 kidneys lighter.
Yeah.
Goes to that surgery center.
Even Quint was like, look, it's either they're not gonna do the surgery,
kidneys
or if they do,
Yeah.
they're sketch as hell, and you don't want to be there.
There's
and-
no way Terrica's gonna
That's
let
because
that
you are.
happen. That's just not in their nature. Sorry, I didn't.
No, but that, that's, yeah. And like what, like Quint and Terrica, how they both handled the situation. It makes sense why they're going to be married, and the loving adoptive parents of Wesley so soon. So that's what I've got. And yeah, if you want to see more of my stuff, you can find me in all the places. I have been putting makeup videos and dollar store DIYs up and stuff like that. And Cord, I did follow you on TikTok, so you have to follow me back, or else
Thank you. I thought I did.
I have not been on since.
All right, well, here I am. I'm gonna go double check.
I feel like this means we have to now go to Cord, because that was the toss that Rocket gave. Cord, who are
That's
you?
right.
Where can we find you?
That's
And
right.
then please give some love to fellow players.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, or this is Cord on TikTok. Follow me, because I just followed Rocket. And I followed you earlier. But anyway, hi, everybody. It's me, Cord. I stream on Twitch. I stream also on Kick. I have TikTok. I have a Discord. This Cord has a Discord. I'm running out of ways to have outros and intros. I'm also looking for recommendations. But yeah, tonight was awesome. What a really cool episode. I really loved my love goes to everybody for a bunch of different things, but also to everyone as a whole for just the gentleness of it. I check out sometimes during scenes that I'm not in because it's easier for me to not meta. But so I come back in, and then today I was I came back in and I was like, oh, I missed a lot of the context, and now I'm understanding what's happening. But it was all really like it was just a really um, it's powerful. I'm really liking where it's going. I have I did not expect Wesley to have so many layers. I thought Wesley was like, "Hi, I'm just going to be the person that everybody picks on," and like that like role and like that like subgenre of a character, where it's like, "Hi, it's funny to make fun of me," and like,
You've
but
played with Trooper before. You know
I
that we
know,
have
I
among us a
know,
master of taking
I
the
know, and it
annoying
was
character and
yeah, yeah, make this all lovable, and that's what happened. And just really like every moment, like it just makes you think about every interaction with Wesley since day one has always been on this path, and it's so cool. Um, and I love it, and I love where it's going, and I love this for him. It's great. And yeah, it was just like I loved it. So my love tonight goes to Trooper. Amazing. I really loved both the balance of both subjects of this memory and like this pseudo intimate, weird memory relapse time, and also then this struggle with identity and growing older and growing into the body you want in a time where this would be, you would think, relatively simple. But it's not. And that's what we got to explore tonight, because it doesn't matter
especially
how
from
far in the future.
especially if you're in a planet that's not super technologically advanced and you don't have a
Right,
lot of money.
right. But like, even if, let's say you did have a
Yeah.
lot of money,
Yep.
and let's say you did live on a technologically advanced
Yep.
planet, that doesn't make it
Yep.
any easier, you know?
Yep.
So
That
it
is
was
correct.
just like, it was just really cool to sort of to play that, to role play, not just like act and be like, "Hi, I'm role playing," but like
Yeah.
actually do the therapeutic type, the therapeutic exercise of role playing and us being in that
Yeah.
moment. And just thank you for it. That was really powerful and really lovely. So thank you. And just to see all the characters react to it and to bring all that was just so awesome. Ari, amazing, and having, and even in the beginning, with the needing to always, yeah, since day one, you've always been Team Wesley, but also like fighting to have Severance drop the loan, right? And
Yeah.
was super great, and I really loved having that because like that's why I did that. I was like, I'm just gonna give this like an
Yeah.
outrageous loan because later someone's gonna be like, stop being a shit. So it was just I'm glad that it was the bait was picked up, and thank you for bringing it. And it was that scene that sparked this entire episode. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved watching you,
Anytime you
Lindy,
want
with
somebody to tell Severance,
yeah, exactly. If you ever need to tell off
just anytime
Severance,
you want someone to say that to Severance, Terica will be
Erica's
happy to
got it.
tell Severance how much of a
Mm-hmm.
shit he
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I love that. And that's my love. My love is how much you tell my characters they're shit. And so and that's what I heard, right? In your chat. No, the but seriously, it's always wonderful. And Lindy, I loved how you had Quint be super like Quint so supportive that Quint's like, you know what? Screw the rest of my night. I'm
Yeah.
gonna make this so great for you. And like that was so awesome.
Yeah.
Just being like, you know what? There's tons of things that I should probably do and get ready. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be fully Captain Harlock out, but that doesn't matter. I'm going to make sure Wesley is as comfortable as fuck and
Yeah.
feeling good at this banquet. And that is so awesome. And that was just marvelous and magical to see. And Rocket, amazing stuff tonight. My one of my there were so many great moments and things like the entire tapestry of scenes we got to weave together was awesome. But my favorite stitch in this tapestry, like this analogy I'm going with, my favorite part was when I just mentioned the coffee and I take a whiff and let the memory take over, and then you just went
Yeah.
right into it, and I was like, well, cool. Like I was like looking up at Trooper, like okay, and then you grabbed the controls and went and took the scene, and it was awesome because it makes sense that you would, and that you would have a little bit of that creative control for it. And I'm just so happy uh, that you picked up immediately on sort of where I was going and what was happening, and you picked us up right where we left off, and that was just
Yeah.
so cool. And I love how you take the reins and control of that dark year that Severance has, and it just is so cool because like you're the GM in those moments, and it's just really great to see. So yeah, thank you everyone. And Greg, you weren't here, but yeah, thanks everyone. That's it. All I got for you, Greg.
If I could say something real quick, Cord, to you about that. Whenever Trooper, you had asked what this other person looked like, and
Yeah.
you, like, I don't know if that was intentional, but when you
It was.
cats have just like pulled
Unplugged
everything off
everything.
my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you mentioned the person having something on their eyes, and I was like, oh, sweet, now's a good moment. So like, thank you for that. And something because I forgot I was wearing these, and like I was looking around, I was like, I have no sunglasses around
Don't I
here.
have goggles somewhere? Wait a
Right?
minute.
Oh yeah. I've been wearing a lot of headbands lately.
Yeah.
But thank you
The
for
shepherd.
that.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's so cool. I'm loving this little sub arc. There's so many little sub arcs to this story, and it's so cool. And next week we get to have a banquet arc, right?
And I believe we have to toss it over now to Ari. Ari, people have been talking about you recently, by the way. And I was like, what? No way. It turns out I know somebody who knows you.
And that's not
What?
But I
scary.
didn't know
Who do
that you
we?
two
Okay, we gotta
knew each
talk.
other.
Who do we know? Who do we know?
That's it.
Oh my goodness.
Tim, the GM Tim.
Small world after all. Oh, wait. Hair?
Classic Tim.
Who's
Let's
doing
talk.
director stuff over at Unexpected. Anyway, who are you? Where can we find
I
you?
know
And then
who
give
you're
some love to the
talking
fellow
about.
players.
Hi, I'm Ari underscore Ventures, and I am trying to remember all of the things right now, and none of them are coming into my brain. That's fine. Oh, places that you can see me. I next Sunday I will be doing a genre box show, which is where we get the genre from the audience and then perform an entire play based on that genre without having any sort of pre idea of what that might be. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of us figuring out like because some people in the cast will know the genre really well, and then we just sort of are watching them like, okay, so how it is. Okay, great. So you're doing that style. Awesome. And then getting to flow in that, and it's a lot of fun. I think both to see and to play in. So next Sunday, go ahead and come check that out. Other than that, yeah, everything else, I'll be here on Fridays, obviously. I'm just working on talking about taking some space and self-care time, Rocket. Yep, feel that. Feel that hardcore, very necessary. So enjoying that piece. And all of my love tonight, honestly, like there I know I said this last week, and I was talking about all the trust that this group has and the way that we flow together, and it's just something I want to underscore again. It's this beautiful place where I know where that we can work with heavy topics. We can be in this space where we figure stuff out together, and at the same time, knowing even if the characters that are at odds with each other, knowing backstage that oh no, like we are still like we trust each other, we love each other, we're capable of working together, and
Yeah.
I wish I had better words to describe what I'm trying to say, but it means a lot. It's very important to me. All of these people here, I'm very delighted to play with every week. And of course, chat to have you here doing all of these like fantastic, snarky, delightful, sweet, wonderful, snappy little comments is always so much fun. I love interacting with you, and you're like half the reason I'm like, yes, they're here. Like the cast is here. Of course, Trooper, you are in the cast and also leading the cast. You know what I'm talking about. Both of the sides. Okay, I'm gonna stop because I'm just getting awkward now. Specific things that I loved about tonight. Oh, wait, sorry. I think I'm laggy tonight because I've been talking over people. Did I hear something?
Nope.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And Trooper made a reaction noise, but wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, I reacted with joy and love. That's all.
Aw, joy and love. There were a bunch of very specific moments tonight that I really, really loved. One of them was Raquette, when you had the rose in your hand with this beautiful memory and you crumbled it and let it like fall away. I was like, oh, that's such a like cool move. I feel like I learned so much from everybody here, and in that moment, I was like, oh yeah, I can do cool things like that too. Like it was just such a power, beautiful, like completely within the character shift in the moment, and wow, fantastic. Quint, when you pulled out of Crash Jones' lore to be able to explain things to Wesley, that was another moment where I was like, right, we can move that way in this space. That's such a cool way to like help him understand, like use what he knows to help him understand the reality that he's in. And I thought that was just. And then, Cord, when you full on forgave his loan, I think I typed in chat something to the effect of like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening!" Like, because I didn't actually think Severance was going to do that. I totally thought that.
I don't think banks could do
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be
right. Terica did have some big, and I said this in chat, dad septing energy just then. I'm just going to point that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Well, Ari,
I see in the future brunches.
I
see sandals with socks. Like I really feel it all coming on.
We just need to get
all
Terica some dad jokes.
I hope all of
them. Admiral jokes.
Oh God, won't take long. And Trooper, the way that you like. The way that you, when we were playing the Wesley scene, and you completely did the interactions of like, Terica's not going to let go of fixing the bridge while they have this conversation, and the way that you like let that flow in together at the same time starting to show more and more and more of who Wesley is and like what he wants in the world and why it's so important to him. I was just like, oh, that's that. Again, more of those like, oh yeah, these are things we can do when it comes to like role playing together with a bunch of talented, smart people who are thinking outside the box, not just looking at the roll of the dice, not just looking at the acting side of things, but being able to take both pieces and blend them together into this beautiful production. So thank you.
Lindy, you are last but not least.
Me.
Who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love to the fellow players.
Hi,
love
it's
Lindy,
me.
Not last least Lindy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, correct. My bad. Last not least, I mean, last love Lindy. It's me, last love Lindy. And my love, because I like to go in reverse order because I forget things. Okay, so y'all didn't see me, but I was sitting there like this during the whole like Baron and Harlock scene.
And Harlock?
And then, and then they smooched and I was like, oh, and then like, you know, it was like a whole thing. I was like, oh my gosh. I dropped my knitting. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, did I mishear it? And then it happened again. I was like, oh, I didn't mishear it. And I was like, and then the shipping. So I started like writing FedEx labels. I was like slapping them on the wall. I was like, oh my gosh, this one's going to UPS. This one's going to USPS. And this one's DHL. We got to get express overnight, whatever. I was just, you know, so you didn't see that. But I was sitting here like, oh, I was just so excited. So that's part of my love was just those moments. And then you crushed it. And I was like, and I was like, how dare, that's my ship now. You can't do that. It's my ship. how dare you crush my rose petal ship? No, memories can still happen. It can go both ways. So that's it. That's my love for you two. Is just that fabulous scene. The Harlock just going through the imagery of the Harlock going through the garden of memories, and I'm like, and it just made me think. I was like, so Severance is a rose garden. What does everyone else's gardens of memory look like? Is it different flower types? Is it so that just made me a whole bunch of other things. So that's my love for the Harlock, and of course, since it's kind of a conjoined love, I also loved when you were like, yes, it's all for you. Now get out. Just go, Wesley. Just go. Just yep. And now go. We are done here. Nope, no more feelings today. I've already had a bunch of those right now, of yours and mine. We're done. Go.
That's exactly what it was. Just I've hit my wall. Please leave. Out of spoons. Get out.
Please leave. We've hit the ceiling of feelings, and it's not a dome, so there's no more room for expansion. Just go.
Yes. I was get out, Wesley.
Just go. Yes, I loved it. Loved it so much. And just getting to see a little bit of the conversation between Wesley and Terica, and Wesley being like, so are you guys gonna like get married? And Terica's like, whoa, but not like wanting to be like, whoa, kid. Just be like, you're so funny.
17-year-old.
Just the internal panic and like, oh no, you sweet summer child. Just I loved that. And then like, well, y'all could adopt me, and then maybe like it's still not gonna happen. No, like just it was so funny to me.
Sometimes when two people like how each other present in person, but don't like love each other, because they don't know each other well enough for that. But sometimes things
just like trying to like explain and then just giving up. Like, this isn't my job to explain this to Wesley. We're gonna just leave it at this and just move on. I just loved that. It was fabulous. And of course, Trooper, I saw those tears. I saw you acting today. It was fabulous and wonderful because you're fabulous and wonderful. And we're gonna pry the clam of Wesley open and get all the soft bits and steal his pearl and replace it with an artificial one and give it back to him, and he'll never know. And it'll be fine because everything's fine.
Imagery there.
Yep, it's fine. So yeah, I loved that. I loved everything. Today was not where I thought the session was gonna go, but I loved it nonetheless.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited. I kind of just want to like very quick montage at the beginning of next week, like we get the shopping, and then like everyone's outfits. That's what I'm looking forward to next week, is seeing how everyone's dressed. Go to the banquet because I'm so excited. It's gonna be so cool. So I'm very excited for that.
I need to get a chroma key onesie.
Yes, you have to.
Look,
you'll have to get
Amazon. I was thinking like, I was like, I need to like find something to swap into when we get to that point. Like,
yeah.
What am I gonna do?
I'll figure it out. I have to be the Harlock though, so I'll figure it out.
Right. And the Harlock has to be Quint.
This will be fun. This is the best idea for a political meeting ever.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about it.
I don't think this is a good idea.
It's too late. We're in too deep now. It's one of those things where it's just like, no, we're in too deep. Can't. Thankfully, these people never leave the planet, so it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Until they say yes to our space station,
and then
the news is out.
We'll say it was for the Harlock's own protection as captain because assassins or something, and then they'll believe it. Yeah.
The old Padme theory.
We'll pull a Padme. It'll be fine. I'm Keira Knightley right now. You're Natalie.
The old Padme maneuver.
And I'm the handmaiden pretending to be Padme, and it's fine.
Whoa, spoilers.
I know, right?
Yeah, whoa.
Oh, sorry.
More lies on top of our lie to make it make sense, so that it's all just perfectly.
And then it'll be totally believable, and we'll never have to come clean. That's the goal. So you can find me online, Never Coming Clean, as Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. Playing tabletop RPGs. See my next thing. Monday, Monday we will be having our Mondays in Alexandria game. We've had some schedule wonkiness and random bouts of illness because there's this cold that is going around and everyone has gotten it, but at different times. And so I think it's all gotten through everyone's systems, and we should be playing this week Call of the Netherdeep Critical Roles campaign. I'm a Warforged War Wizard, and we all think we're all very paranoid, and we're acronymed heroes, but we're not exactly. We get the job done in the most inconvenient and roundabout way
What's the
possible.
acronym?
I think it's helping eradicate. I haven't said it as much as my other acronym. Our other group's acronym was GROUP, which was Greatly Reputable Organization Upon Payment, because that's. I came up with that one, if you were wondering.
You know,
It was and everyone hated it, but no one could come up with anything better, so we were stuck with it, and it brought me joy. This one is yes. Let's see, helping everyone. No, that's not the right one. Oh, okay. Heroes eradicating ruthless opponents extra swiftly. That is, yep, heroes. That is it. I had a bunch of like pseudo ones. We couldn't settle on one. We found that one. We liked it. So that's the one that we are now, because coming up with a group name is a bitch. So just make it an acronym, y'all. That's my advice for tonight. Just make it an acronym and then stick with it. Commit and pick the worst ones possible to confuse all the NPCs in your campaign and butcher their names. So that's Monday. Not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, the 21st, will be our finale of Stargate Flames of Hope, and Trooper will be guesting. So I'm very excited about that. He is playing Cerberus, the AI on board an ancient ship, and we just had to purge a whole bunch of memory banks to stop a virus. And we are, we are doing questionable C-Team, Stargate C-Team things, because we're not the main character group. We're Team 3. We're not SGP1, we're SGP3. So we get all the shit jobs, and it's the best thing ever, and we all roll terribly. And on Wednesdays, there's my Cthulhu game, my Call of Cthulhu game, Below the Land of Fire, where they're in 1986, Ushuaia, Argentina, and Tierra del Fuego. They found evidence of cult activity. 4 people missing in a submarine. Everyone assumes they're dead. They're not. At least yet, I don't think. Some rules need to be made.
They might wish they were.
They definitely wish they were dead. I can guarantee that one. Surprise!
Have I heard this?
And, they've discovered some cult activity. Someone may have gotten almost stabbed, and they keep making the same mistake of, wow, we know this is a bad device that does terrible things to our sanity, but let's keep turning it on in different situations.
Is it the Logitech controller? Is that the device?
No. It's like a little signal emitter that they found in the cult members' desk drawer, and they're like, oh, this seems like a terrible signal which makes us lose sanity every time we turn it on if we fail the check. Let's keep turning it on, and in public places now too, so that's fun. If you want to see some questionable decisions repetitively being made, they'll learn eventually, or they won't. That'll be Wednesday, and it's gonna be so much fun, and I'm so excited. So that's me. And of course, here next Friday, being the Harlock. Oh, being Quint, being the Harlock.
Inception. Hey, I'm not going to do my outro yet because I have to go and give the love. Chat goes before me. So chat has donated some tips and bits, and I would like to give their shouts outs. Hawkeye donated 100 bits and says, the antagonists are here just in time for the Harlock to land the psionic elbow on someone, which actually, yeah, absolutely. Stormbitter donated 100 bits and says, for the crew, here's to another episode. Thank you. Now I'm going to scroll up. We got 100 bits from Stormbitter saying, for the love of Wesley. And 100 bits from Krellin, who says, these are for the drive-by Lindies. Because Lindy would do some lovely drive-bys. Actually, there's some very good drive-bys from both Lindy and Terrica. Lindy and Ari, thank you. And we got 100 bits from Volpes, who says, after Wesley, I volunteer for adoption next. I feel like this crew should adopt a bunch of us because they're the best. Willen says, with 200 bits, says, those scenes with Wesley were so sweet and cute. Thanks for all of that. And we then have 100 bits from Willen, who says, thanks all again for this episode. The parts with Wes were so cute and sweet. And Frito Bandejo says, Trooper, love the outfit and everyone's characters' pictures. Me too. I love that art. That art is by Voice Smoker, who did that wonderful art. And what I will tell you all is this. The art of Wesley that I got commissioned from Void Smoker way, way back, right in the day. I went and I found a very, very sort of butch non-binary person to be the model for Wesley. So this was all there from the very, very beginning, from basically day one. And that was always there. And the thing about Wesley is that Wesley knows your characters from what Wesley sees. The chat sees other things that Wesley sees, and you all see different things than Wesley sees. But what Wesley sees are heroes. He sees people who live boldly, become who they want to be, and who take care of each other and who've taken care of him. And he sees this crew as somebody really amazed. Like this whole, he thinks the world of y'all because he sees each of you in this amazing way as people who live their true selves, as far as he knows, right? And then take care of each other and actually go and help people. Like he's seen you all save people's lives, reach out to people, make big moves, be diplomatic, do all these sort of amazing things. And he's also, read a lot of Crash Jones. And so he thinks he idolizes y'all just a little bit. And that, unfortunately, has just gotten worse now. So he now all thinks of you all as the best even more. Yeah. And thank you all. It's, they say acting is reacting, right? So thank you all for just being amazing, to have like a wonderful space to react together. I would like to give my love to Cord for that one little line, which was that this was a form of tough love from Severance to Wesley. That sort of outrageous interest amount was a way for Severance to try to make Wesley more survivable later, right? It was like it's one of these things where like, that is such a weird way of looking at things, but it is completely Severance, right? Like the way that Severance grew up, like as literally in an irradiated planet with like nothing, right? This makes so much sense, but this is what he was trying to do. He was trying to like teach Wesley something. And it was this really beautiful little moment. Just beautiful. And I have to say also, Cord, when you're like, Wesley, you did not turn off your comms. And Wesley's like, oh yeah. Because he's Johnny on the spot, right? So of course he's not turning off his comms because he wants to make sure everything's up in case somebody needs him, right? It was just, it was perfect. So lovely. And of course, you and the Harlock, it was, if Lindy was like, I'm here knitting like this, I was like, I'm here like this too. Because it was this, please note, we did not plan this behind the scenes. This was all in this moment. And what I thought was really beautiful, this is what I'm going to say. This is my sort of academic hat in a way, right? So I'm going to yes and a little bit what Ari said. One of the things I think is great about RPGs is that RPGs are not books. They're not theater. They're not films. They're their own art form all by themselves. And they might have connections to other things, but they are their own thing. And what I saw watching that scene between the two of them, and I'm just sitting there just having a really great time. Somebody said like, oh, it's so good that you let them take yours. Like, oh, it's their memories. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm only good at adding in things that I know about the memories that they may not know, but generally speaking, that's their memories. That's all on them. They get to run with that one. But to see Cord and Rocket like boxers, love boxers in a ring, like feeling each other out, being like, okay, can I go here? Yes. Without like, within this kind of, it's like, if you've ever seen really, really good social dancers doing like a tango or a rumba, or where you figure out what the moves are just by leading and following back and forth, trading back and forth in these very subtle ways, right? Like blues dance or all these kind of social dances that are about knowing each other and feeling each other out. And I got to see these two people sort of sit there in what is a really intense, very intimate, very complicated relationship that they were just working out together in this moment, right? To see them work out this exceptionally complicated and beautiful thing without having pre-planned it, right? There's the kind of a tenderness that emerges from working it out in the moment together that was just such a beautiful thing to see. And For Rocket, it was the tears running down the Harlock's face as she crushed the rose, right? The knowing that she has to do this to keep him safe, but in so doing, she makes it that the person that she has this very clearly important relationship with no longer remembers it, right? Like that is just so heartbreaking, right? That I have to break my own heart over and over again and then live with it in order to keep you safe. Ooh, that's just like all of the knives are out and just like stabbing you. Right? Because after all, the thing is, if you have people who are psionic, who are looking for stuff, they can go into your memories. And if they, whoever they are, know that this body is the Prime's body and not the clone's body, that may not be good. That may not be good for Severance, because there are people who want Marrymore, and currently Severance has Marrymore's body, and that is not a good thing necessarily if people want that body. And
Well, and having gone through training, like she's going to know what they're capable of doing too.
Yeah. And what the Hardlock did was erase the part of the memory wherein Severance remembered that he stole the body, so that nobody else can find out the information. So they'll just think that he's just the clone, not the original body. And it was like this beautiful, massive sacrifice. It was just beautiful. And Ari. Fierce, right? You're like, no, like the way that you were like standing up for Wesley with to Severance was so much about a lot of things. And I could see this very complicated relationship between the deepening of your relationship with Severance, right? Like that was not the way that they would have spoken to Severance in season 1 of this amazement. There was a lot more. Season 1, Terrica, after the murder, just did not trust Severance at all and did not have a lot of expectations for better behavior, right? It was very shut down, but there was some disappointment, right, in speaking now that would not have happened in season 1, which speaks to a certain kind of investment. And there's something very interesting going on in their relationship. And to see that happening at the same time that you could see Terrica sort of thinking about their mother and their relationship with their mother, and then also their relationship with Wesley, and to see the ways in which Terrica was able to see themselves in a different way through Wesley's eyes was just subtle and brilliant and well done. Also, how do I put this? The dawning concern in Terrica's eyes when Wesley, who is a kid from a small town on a kind of a backwoods planet that has somebody like, yeah, there is a great opportunity for you if you get on my ship to get everything you want. Why don't you do that? Get on my ship. And we are also smuggling illegal drugs. But I'm not gonna let you know that. Like, that you're like, no, wait a minute. Like, just to see some dawning that maybe this is perhaps not the best place for them to go was great. I love that. Oh, and Lindy, you did it. But it wasn't just that you did it. There were these details that were great. The details were like, okay, hold on. If you don't bind right, you're going to hurt yourself. And also, I can make you a suit where you can stand tall and still have the body that you want to have. It was these very little small details that were with care, right? It wasn't just like, except it was like, okay, I see what you need. Let me actually make you able to have a life. So you don't have to necessarily like just hide, that you can have a more, you can live, right? You can actually live. It was beautiful. And it was perceptive and kind. And it was this sort of also very vulnerable, right? I heard it. Wesley can't hear it the exact same way because Wesley believes different things about the crew than maybe Quint does or are true. I don't know. But when Quint was like, they like you, they don't like me. And Wesley was like, of course they like you, right? Because he likes you, right? So like but that was a moment of deep vulnerability. And what was so fascinating about Quint is that Quint is very honest, and that same vulnerability happened between Quint and Terica when Quint was talking about actually just not even really knowing if that is their real name. And it was very, and like also like I don't know who I'm going to be. And like that was a very intense moment between them. It was very good. And I want to say that I love that this is a crew of people, all of whom, every single one of them, including our missing Greg, all of whom are trying to find out who they are, right? Have ideas about who they want to be and sometimes, or who they don't want to be, and are trying to figure out how to become the people they want to be and not the people they don't want to be. And they don't even always know what that is. They have hopes and dreams about who they'll be, but they're not even 100% quite certain. And the kind of complexity of identity that each character is doing and the ways in which this amazing cast is able to bring that out in little bits is it's really phenomenal. And I am so proud to be able to just be here and eat some popcorn while all that is happening. And I've got my shipping receipts. I've got a bunch of them. I haven't sent them off yet because who knows what's going to happen. But I'm just saying I've got some shipping
I've got
receipts.
the tracking
And I
numbers written
also-
down.
I'm
Yeah.
excited.
Got tracking numbers? Yeah, just tracking numbers.
Yeah. I'm excited for
yeah,
Greg having to
it's-
catch up on this 5-hour
I'm
episode.
ready.
I know.
Yeah,
So
we gotta go, everybody.
that'll be fun.
And
So did you watch the
yeah,
episode?
I'm
No, I didn't. It's 5
No.
hours. Okay. All right.
I think it's actually less than that once we cut out the break in the opening. But so thank you, everybody, and I'm troopersjp, and you can find me. What is today? Friday. You can find me tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern over at Praxago, the Smophoria's channel. She's doing a 14-hour charity stream for Veterans Day, and I'll be doing some D&D. And then on Sunday night at 8 p.m. over at Prax's channel Eastern, I'll be in the opening of the third arc for Carousel Court, the Southern Gothic soap opera, urban fantasy, and then on and then of course we'll be back here for more of that. And just so you all know, Saturday I'll be not this coming Saturday, tomorrow, but in a week on the 18th I'll be doing a 12-hour anniversary stream. It's my 7-year stream anniversary, and I've got 3 RPGs from noon to midnight ish, and it will be because I'm me. It's also going to be a charity drive for the GLBT Historical Society that sort of keeps archives of the stories of folks who are,
Sweet.
non-binary, gender, non-conforming, queer, trans, all sorts of people have a long, long history, and those histories are not always saved. And this is a place that saves those histories, and we'll be doing that. So, thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and big shout out to our sponsors, Will and TW and Josh Meehan Art, who are out of the $200 tier, which helps pay for this cast. So thank you so much. You're much appreciated, and all of the love. And I'm absolutely finishing Other Worlds tomorrow at noon, and I just think we didn't get any more coming in under the line, and that is it, everyone. Thank you. Take care.